We only have so many more weekends of precious Big Ten football, so let's get it. Bring in your family, your friends, anybody you know, people you don't know. Get on social media. Tell them we're talking Big Ten football for the next hour. No, 2 hours. No, not 3. 4 hours. Big Ten football talk right here at the Voice of College Football. Myself for the next 2. You're stuck with me for 2. You got John D'Adamo taking over at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And as I sat down, I looked at this display of helmets that we've so meticulously put together with a theme tonight, because after we get past these 3 weekends and then a conference championship game, bowl season, and then of course, there's going to be 1, 2, 3 Big Ten teams in the college football playoff, whatever it's going to be. Maybe all 4. Maybe Rutgers gets to the college football playoff as well. Maybe all 4 from the Big Ten, huh? Iowa. That some of these teams up here, once January 10th, whatever the date is, national championship game hits, we're going to talk about these teams. These teams, they are going to be full-fledged members of the Big Ten as far as we are concerned here at the Voice of College Football, because it's going to be the off season on into 2024. So I know it's official sometime in the summer, but when it comes to recruiting, when it comes to coaches' moves that we're going to see firings all over the place come December. All of that transfer portal, they're going to be right there in the Big Ten. Our Big Ten news, our Big Ten show is going to include USC, UCLA, Washington, Oregon. All right, welcome into the Voice of College Football. Amazon links in the description section of all the videos. Every video, every single one. I know you can't miss it. The Amazon link is right there. In caps, Amazon, grab the link, put it somewhere where you'll remember it. We've got Tanner Wooten from Blue by 90 standing by in the next 45 minutes or so. We've got Marty Leap from Penn State Rivals. We're going to talk to him as well. Appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football. All right, wanted to check out this week's schedule real quick before we get to the phone lines. Indiana, Illinois. I'm sure you're all circling your calendar for that one. BTN, noon Eastern time. Indiana, Illinois. The Hoosiers finally get a win for Tom Allen. Maybe it's going to be his last as the head coach at Indiana. I believe he's 3-19 in the Big Ten the past 3 years. But he gets a win against Wisconsin and feels good for a day. Illinois, pretty much the same thing. They've had a lousy season. But, hey, they popped up in the final. Did you see this? Was one of the most amazing accomplishments of the day. One of the great heroes of the day on Saturday was Josh Paddock, the backup quarterback for Illinois, 6th year senior, 6th year in the program, backup quarterback to Luke Altmaier. Illinois was down 26-21, had the ball at its own 15-yard line. Luke Altmaier gets slammed to the turf, sacked, knocked out of the game. Big hit on Luke Altmaier by the Minnesota defense. So Minnesota is sitting on 4th and 11 defensively. And this is division championship on the line type stuff for Minnesota. Tied for first place in the West. Think what you will about Minnesota. They had the head-to-head against Iowa. They were in good shape head-to-head against Nebraska, two of the biggest wins in the division. And they had a 4th and 11 with a 5-point lead ready to close it out. But Paddock came in, boom, boom, boom. 3 for 3, 85 yards. The last one, a thing of beauty. The 4th and 11 delivery to Isaiah Williams, who caught 13 for 131 in that game. Check out the last minute highlights. If you don't want to watch the whole game or don't even want to invest in the 10 or 12 minutes of the extended highlights, watch the last drive of Paddock in Illinois against Minnesota, going 85 yards to win the football game. Pretty remarkable. So Illinois and Indiana, good for them, get wins. Brett Bielema is safe. He's fine. They could have a horrible rest of the 2023 season. He's fine, but Tom Allen may have won his last game at Indiana. Maryland, Nebraska. Two teams are scuffling. Nebraska gave away a game at Michigan State. They're just not an extremely good football. They're just, they were in the race. They were tied for first place, but I had to remind Husker fans on our Tuesday night show, you're really not that good of a football team. And if you lose to Michigan State, you're not a very good football team. But Nebraska is getting better. I think Matt Rule's got things headed in the right direction. But, man, they need a quarterback. Rutgers at Iowa. Man, that is going to be basically the winner of that game could make an argument as the 4th best team in the Big Ten. And really won't even have much of an argument. They will be the 4th best team in the Big Ten, the winner of that game. Iowa's looking to go to 8-2. More importantly, 5-2 in the Big Ten at home against Rutgers. That's no gimme. Rutgers, pretty darn good football team. Minnesota, Purdue. Minnesota needs a lot of help after dropping that game against Illinois. They're 3-3. Iowa's got the lead in the West, 4-2 over 3 teams at 3-3. Northwestern at Wisconsin. The Badgers. No Tanner Mordecai, no Ches Malusi. Of course, he's been out for a long time. Mordecai knocked out against Iowa, and they had no Braylon Allen against Indiana, lose that game. And, man, the Western Division winner could be Iowa's probably going to run away with it. I expect them to win their final 3 games and finish 10-2. But if these scores just keep going back and forth with them all losing to Eastern Division teams and then beating up on each other, the West winner could head to Indianapolis at 7-5. Something like that. Michigan State at Ohio State. And the Buckeyes, a big favorite, have not checked the point spread, but coming off a big second half against Rutgers. Please join the show. We've left the link both in the chat, and then it's also in the description section of the video right here at the Voice of College Football. Check out the live stream we delivered this morning on the Michigan Wolverines. We did a special edition Wolverines Live. And so that was a good time as well. All right, let's get right to it. We got our Michigan man on the line. Welcome to the Voice of College Football.
What's up, Mark? Man, couple bombshells in the news today, man. Bombshells.
What bombshells did we get today?
AP Press reported this. Yahoo Sports reported this. A Big Ten coach, ex-coach, provided evidence and text messages of coaches in the Big Ten last year after they would play Michigan. They would get together, they would have a shared spreadsheet, and they would share both signals, personnel groupings, and plays.
Is there anything against the rules in doing that? I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know.
Well, I had to dive deeper, but I would think that would count as in-person scouting of a future opponent. If you're taking intel from a previous game played before you play the opponent that you're about to play, and you're taking signs before, this isn't in game. You're not solving it in game. You're getting the information prior to the game being played, So that means you have this isn't done how Connor Stallions did it, but it's along the same lines. And to me, the absolute hypocrisy of Big Ten coaches here. The absolute hypocrisy.
Whoa.
What are your
Let's not
thoughts?
jump to conclusions. For about 3 weeks on here, we've been saying, let's not jump to conclusions about Michigan.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, I'm basing off of what I read. If this, obviously, we got to wait and see. But if this turns out 100%, I'm just saying the absolute hypocrisy of Big Ten coaches.
Yes, in spirit. I would agree with you. Based on the letter of the law, maybe not. And maybe that's
Isn't
why
that funny? Isn't that funny how now we're back to the letter of the law conversations?
What do you mean? That's where I've been the entire time.
No, I'm with you, man. I'm with you, man. But it here's the main point for me. Here's the main point. All the crying, all the they're cheating, all this stuff. Yeah, is it cheating? Sure, it might be. But everybody else is doing it. I mean, this is crazy.
Again, I get what you're saying. In spirit and in practicality, it's just as bad. But it might be legal. It might be within the rules. I don't know. I'd have to go through the bylaws. I'm looking for them right now.
No doubt. Let's say it's legal. Let's just say it's legal.
Yes.
It still greatly downplays the competitive advantage that's being claimed Michigan had. When every other school is doing something like that, whether it's legal or not, it completely downplays this whole Michigan had this competitive advantage that no other school had. That's crap now.
Yeah, it is. It is. But again, you're getting to a place here where we would have to go through the fine tooth. I'm looking at 3 or 4 of these bylaws. Bylaw 111H, this rule forbids recording the signals of an opposing team through any audio or video means. However, its scope is limited to individuals as the team, blah, 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 blah. So that doesn't apply to what you're talking about. The next one. Bylaw strictly prohibits off-campus, in-person scouting of future opponents within the same season with specific.
Which I think it falls in that, personally. I think it falls in there because whether or not they're on that staff or not, this is the argument people wanted to use with Connor if he's hiring people outside of him, correct? If you're using information gathered by a quote-unquote third-party source from another school, which I would argue is actually kind of worse, because you're taking it from you're taking it from coaches, not from
that know what they're doing.
Yeah. What's the difference?
Yeah.
Honest question. What's the difference?
I completely agree with you. And again, if we're talking about what matters, if we're talking about what's effective, what should be ruled against, all of that should be, in my mind, I'm right there with you. But I don't know if that interpretation of in-person scouting of future opponents is going to apply to what you're breaking down. And I did hear something about that, but I didn't know where that source was about the coaches meeting. Yeah. Now it's blowing up. I mean, you got major publications reporting it now. But the second bombshell today was the NCAA submitted its findings and to the Big Ten, and they said they found zero connection to Coach Harbaugh. Zero connection to Coach Harbaugh. Who reported that?
I had to find it. I think it was Sports Illustrated writer? I'll find. I think Adam Renenberg was another one that reported that. Multiple people reported that. You can find that if you look it up. But they submitted their findings, what they have, to the Big Ten, and this is huge in terms of litigation, and I'll explain why. If the Big Ten decides they want to suspend Harbaugh, they have to go by Big Ten bylaws, not NCAA bylaws. Big
Sure.
Ten bylaws do not have the same coach responsibility rule that the NCAA has. They can only punish responsible parties or the institution itself. So if the evidence says that they shows no connection to Coach Harbaugh, good luck with that in court. Man, it's flipped the script day today, man. This is a movie. This is a movie. It's like when you get to you get about 2/3 in the movie, you get that twist. That's what this is.
Well, Michigan man, we're going to have to let you go. We got Marty Leap jumping on here. And so,
all right, man, you enjoy your day, man.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call. All right, let's talk some Penn State, Michigan. They will be playing. I don't know if signs will be stolen or have been stolen or are being changed so that they can't be stolen or are different from the ones that were stolen. If you're right there with me, we got Marty Leap here from Penn State Rivals to break down the Nittany Lions. Marty, what's going on tonight?
Not too much, Mark. How about you?
I'm doing just fine. This is the second of three clashes between the Mighty Three there in the Big Ten Eastern Division. So Penn State falls in Columbus. They get their next go at it against a Michigan team. And I guess we should feel better about Penn State's chances considering what they did at Maryland, although the Terps not as good as we thought they were. Your interpretation of 51-15 and what that meant.
To me, the biggest positive is I get what you're saying. Like, obviously, Maryland is Maryland. No knock on them. They're not as good as a lot of people, myself included, thought they were going to be earlier in the year. But the biggest positive was for the first time really all year, you saw them with some consistency trying to push the ball down the field. You saw Drew Aller not look hesitant. You saw him come out and just kind of grip it and rip it. You know, he showed off that arm talent. He showed why he was a 5-star recruit, why some places had him as number one quarterback in the country in high school. He made throws. There were multiple throws he made on a Saturday that honestly half the quarterbacks in the NFL probably can't make. So we saw it, and to see it in game action, especially on the road where he has really struggled this year, that is undoubtedly a big positive no matter what kind of spin you want to put on him with the opponent. Because I get it. It was just Maryland. And, you know, I said this after the game. I know Penn State has scored 63 points twice this year. But when you consider the opponent, consider it was on the road, that was by far the best offensive performance of the year. It was the best game Katron Allen has had running the ball also. We finally saw Dante Cephas, the coveted wide receiver transfer from Kent State, step up and have a huge game, made 2 really good catches in the end zone for touchdowns on 2 really good throws by Drew. He also had a great game blocking with his route running. We kind of joked, my cohorts and I at Happy Valley Insider, whenever Drew threw that interception against Indiana and then led them right down the field to score to win, like, hey, you know what? Maybe now that he's finally thrown an interception, he won't be as careful and is concerned with turnovers. And maybe there's some truth to it because ever since that interception, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but if the Maryland game combined with that last drive against Indiana, he has something like 30 for 40 for, I think, almost 300 yards, 5 scores. So there might be something too that once he threw that interception and that he felt the pressure of not having any turnovers where he can just kind of, just grip it and rip it and let the arm talent talk for itself.
Yeah. So, and it's kind of strange because that interception, if Tom Allen and Indiana would have taken better advantage of it, because I certainly didn't understand, nor did I agree with the play calling once they did. When you're in Happy Valley as a 32-point underdog, you've just picked off Drew Aller for the first time that he's thrown a pass interception in his career after setting a record, and you've got the ball in the red zone or the lip of the red zone, and you can go up by 4 with a touchdown and put Aller in a situation where he's got to drive it in the final 2 minutes for a touchdown. You got to try to score a touchdown. But anyway, that was 2 weeks ago against, and then he bounces back, obviously, after even after throwing the pick, then the field goal to tie the game. He goes for the gusto down the right sideline and throws a nice ball to win the game. That my point about the interception was going to be, well, if it's a first quarter interception and he gets it out of the way in that manner, I would believe, that could be shrugged off. But I guess regardless, he bounced back with a nice effort, no question, against Maryland. When you bring up Katron Allen, and I'll throw Nick Singleton into the mix, has Allen taken over as not the number one back, but a more of a primary role?
I think so. Allen this year is averaging nearly 5 yards per carry. Last week against Maryland, averaged almost 7 yards per carry, finished with like 92, 93 yards, which had he gotten there would have been the first 100-yard game of the season for a Penn State back. Singleton still leads the team in touchdowns, but only averaging 4 yards per carry. Now, Singleton has been more of a threat catching the ball out of the backfield this year than Allen. But the explosiveness, which is what Nicholas Singleton is known for, hasn't been there. Now, I will say each of the last 2 weeks, he's returned to kickoff 50-plus yards. Singleton has, so maybe something is starting to click there again. But there's just been multiple times this year where there's been holes that last year Singleton hits that and bursts through it for 10, 20, 30 yards, if not more. And this year he's getting shoestring tackled. Something just seems off with him. I don't know what it is. But hopefully whatever it is, they get it addressed, if not sooner, at least during this offseason. But I definitely think the offense moves better right now with Katron Allen on the field. And you look ahead to Saturday's game, if you're going to pull the upset, it's a game where you need to maximize every opportunity in offense. You need to maximize your possessions, maximize your yardage. And I feel like Katron Allen gives you a better chance of that right now than Nicholas Singleton does. So I suspect we'll still see plenty of both on Saturday, but I would expect Allen to get more reps than Singleton, especially if this is a game where, you can get into the fourth quarter and Penn State's, within a score or tied or leading. I think you really lean on Allen and to try and, help drain the clock and put it away.
Our guy in the chat, David, says that Penn State never beats anyone ranked in the top 25. So I did this count a couple weeks ago. That would be 13 games that James Franklin has won against top 25 opponents. So 13-0, that's a pretty close estimation there, David. Nice job. So, it's obviously a storyline that they don't beat the very best teams on the schedule and have had issues with that. But, yes, ranked teams, yes, they've done rather fine. And if you look at the bowl record, all ranked teams, usually in the top 10, those have been pretty good showings for Penn State. Good bowl record, Rose Bowls, BCS Bowls, New Year's Six Bowls, the whole deal. Marty, when we look at this defense, and I'm going to let you know, I saw almost every play of the Indiana game. I did not touch the Maryland game. I watched like the 8-minute highlight deal. They didn't really get shredded against Indiana in a sense from play to play, but it was those big shots that really hurt them and kept the Hoosiers in the game. What was going on there with an airtight Penn State defense that was giving up those kind of bombs?
It was mostly 2 plays. Indiana got 159 yards on 2 plays. On one, it was a miscommunication between Johnny Dixon and KJ Winston. One of them was supposed to blitz. One of them was supposed to go into coverage. They both blitzed, left a wide receiver wide open. Jalen Reed noticed it, but by the time Reed noticed it, he didn't have the angle to get there to make up for it. And then the other one was Zakee Wheatley bit on a pump fake, and then 2 or 3 guys missed tackles. So I don't think it was anything super concerning. Outside of those 2 plays, Indiana had like 170 yards of offense. Now, obviously, you can't take those plays away, and you're lucky it was Indiana, a team who can't get out of their own way and couldn't really take advantage of your 2 defensive mishaps there. But even in the Indiana game, when the defense had to come through, they did. When Indiana picked off Drew Allar, the defense held them to a field goal. When Penn State took the lead back, literally the very next play, there's a strip sack that results in a safety that effectively ended the game. So it was mostly just 2 really bad plays, one of which was a miscommunication. The other one saw a young defensive back bite on a pump fake combined with some poor tackling. So nothing super alarming to me. Against Maryland, a lot of people want to point out Talia Tagovailoa starting 17 of 17, but it's because Maryland was just content running 4 or 5 yard patterns and Penn State was tackling them right there. So Penn State was content giving them those because half the time on 3rd down, they would wind up getting a sack or a TFL and Maryland start the punt anyway. So the defense played extremely well. The mishaps against Indiana, I think, were just 2 fluky things and nothing that really raised a red flag to me.
I like strange, weird, odd stats. And Maryland rushing for a negative 49, I think was the number.
Negative
Was
49 is what it finished at.
negative 49. And if you know the way stats are compiled, folks, of course, they include sacks. But they basically didn't even try to run the ball. Like that was
Even
like a
without
ton of sack yardage.
Yeah,
What's
even
that?
I was gonna say, sorry, I was gonna say, even without the sack yardage, just like regular running, they still had negative yards rushing, even if you took out sack yardage.
Yeah. Yeah. Roman Hemby ran for 1,000 yards last year. He was like 5 carries for 0.
Yeah.
And yeah, the best figure in the Big Ten this century in terms of rush defense, negative 49 against Maryland. We got Marty Leap here from Penn State Rivals. I want to keep Marty along here for the ride. I don't know how much time you have, just long enough. We got Tanner Wooten from Blue by 90. I wanted to hear you guys mix it up a little bit and go back and forth on the Michigan game. It's been noted here in the chat, and we did a Michigan live stream this morning, and a lot of people upset about the noon kickoff. So obviously there's not the impact from the crowd, from the setting, from all of that there is. I would be one to say, if I didn't hear the feedback, I would say, what's the difference? But we know that there's a difference because there are enough people that talk about it, whether they be coaches and players or fans themselves, to say there's a difference. So, but it is what it is. And Fox owns the Big Ten, and they put the biggest games at noon. So this has been going on for 5 years, folks. Like I hear people talk about it like this is a new thing. Like what's going on? This game's at noon. Yeah, this has been going on with the Big Ten and Fox since like 2017. So this is a 7th season of this. But just your thoughts about starting at noon and what kind of home field advantage can be summoned up at that point.
Yeah, that's where I dislike it is, as a Penn State fan, everyone has seen the whiteout. Everyone has seen night games here. They know what it's like. You would much rather be able to get in Michigan, Ohio State last year at night with that crowd, with the whiteout. That said, I mean, the noon kickoffs at Penn State have still been some really good crowds. I mean, last year they took Ohio State to the wire until JTT took that game over in the closing minutes in a big noon kickoff, and the crowd was raucous for that. I expected, the crowd Saturday was going to be lit regardless, but just with everything else going on right now, this is the first time Michigan's played on the road since all of this has started and happened. I think that place is going to be one of the best atmospheres you've seen at Beaver Stadium in quite a while, even with the noon kick. Now, personally, for just a fan standpoint, I like it because usually the noon window, this is the only like good game is big noon kickoff. So when Penn State plays in big noon kickoff, I like it because then I know usually in the 3:30 or the 7:30 window when the games are better, I don't have to be sitting there like, oh man, there's 3 games I want to watch, but Penn State's on right now. Last week, for example, that 3:30 window had quite a few games I was super interested in, but Penn State and Maryland were also playing in the 3:30 window. So from that standpoint, I like it because it's nice to kind of have your team as that standalone one good game of the window where you're not concerned with trying to watch other games quite as much. But I will say from a home field advantage standpoint, I definitely think the night game, you can ask Jim Harbaugh. He's never won. He's coached twice at Penn State in night games, and I think the final score combined in those games was something like 72-28. Like Penn State has come out and taken it to Michigan when they've gotten them under the lights. You can go back to Bill O'Brien, that triple overtime win in the whiteout. It makes a difference. It really does. I think Penn State now, after beating Iowa this year, has won something like 7 of the last 9 primetime whiteouts. It does make a big difference, but I still think I expect that crowd to be very loud, very raucous on Saturday, and for it to be a great home field advantage.
Marty, what do you make of this Michigan scandal? And I don't know how closely you're following it, but even from the standpoint of how much do you think can be gained or is gained? And that doesn't, in my mind, excuse cheating. If it's that much, it's that much. But just in regards to what impact this is having on the other teams and Penn State. I don't know if James Franklin, I'm sure he's been asked about it. I don't know how much he's really responded in truth about his personal feelings about it, but your thoughts.
Yeah, well, James was asked about it today's press conference. He gave the answer you would expect. Oh, hey, we're not going to worry about that. We're not going to talk about that. We're focused on our game plan. Yada yada, what you would expect. But to me, it's a complex thing because sign stealing happens. There's no doubt about it. It doesn't matter if I coach Pony League baseball, and if we have a chance to try and steal the other team's signs, we're going to do it. It gives you an advantage. But to this extent, I think that's where it becomes that that gray area. That's where it becomes what's causing where you see so many Big Ten coaches angry is to go to the extents that they did. And I definitely, to me, you can't deny it gave them an advantage. If you look last year, some of the clips and things that have been released where you can see Stallions on the sideline very clearly mouthing, hey, run right, run left, whatever it is, to Jesse Minter, and then the defense just absolutely stuffs the play. That's an advantage. I remember when this first broke 2 weeks ago, James Franklin made a comment. This is the only really comment he's made on it, where in the 2021 game where Penn State had the ball with like 40 seconds left, down by 4 and a 4th and 1, and Penn State ran a play action and Michigan covered it beautifully. And I remember Franklin saying, like, he and Mike Yursich were just amazed that on 4th and 1 in that situation, Michigan knew to run the coverage that they did and not sell out to stop. That's why they called the pass plays. They figured Michigan would be selling out to stop the run. So just little things like that where the advantage clearly is there. You look at the Fiesta Bowl last year where, truth or not, it seems to be enough smoke that TCU was tipped that this may have been going on and changed their signs, and look how that game went. So I definitely think it gave them a big advantage. I will say, if it is to the extent that it seems, I think that Jim Harbaugh's days in Michigan are probably numbered. Even coming into the year, I thought after all the recruiting stuff and the burger incident, which to me that was stupid on the NCAA's part. Like, if you want to buy a kid a dinner on a recruiting visit, you should be allowed to. I felt after all of that, Harbaugh was not going to be at Michigan next year anyway. But I definitely think now I don't expect him back. And, if something happens between now and kickoff on Saturday where Jim Harbaugh isn't coaching on Saturday, it's not going to stun me either, because I do think the Big Ten would love to step in and, if nothing else, suspend Harbaugh, which I think would be the right move. I don't think, they would be in the wrong for doing that. It's not going to surprise me. But yeah, I think, like I said, stealing signs happens in sports. It's unavoidable, but to do it to the extent Michigan did, that's where it becomes a problem, in my opinion. Just it's right in the bylaws. You can't do the in-person scouting ahead of time. That is illegal, and it's pretty clear that was going on to some extent. But yeah, it's definitely a sticky situation, and it's made even harder by the fact it's a team that has won the Big Ten 2 years in a row, gone to the college football playoff 2 years in a row, and is in position to do the same. Because I think you'd agree with me, if this wasn't one of those 3 teams currently ranked in the top 10, the Big Ten probably would have hammered them by now. But TV and money and viewership, when your 3 cash cows are what they are, when those 3 screw up, it doesn't matter what conference you are. If your cash cows do something, you're going to give them more leeway. And I think we're like, if this was like Wisconsin or something, I think they would have been hammered already by the Big Ten. But that's kind of beside the point. Mark, you're still muted, by the way. I just noticed. I'm sorry.
Did I say all that without?
You did.
Yes, I did.
I mentioned, I said that you were still muted, but I don't know if you didn't hear me or what.
I didn't.
I tried to give you a heads up.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that, everyone. You didn't miss much. Basically, where I went with all of that was I've got a cold and I'm trying to save everyone from the, everything that goes with that. I'll just skip to the. I'll spare everyone my dialogue there. I'll just cut to the Harbaugh end of it. And in terms of suspending him, why I would be in favor of that would be, while I would typically want all the facts to come out, the investigation to come to a conclusion, then the penalties to be handed down, is that we have enough information right now to know that there has been cheating and on-campus cheating, and whether Harbaugh knew about it or it's just a lack of institutional control, I do think that warrants the coach being suspended for a period of time. So we already know that. So whether this goes to a whole different level of cheating, that it was going up the ranks, or whether it just stopped right there, which I find hard to believe because of everything that you just mentioned about the communication of the signs. How could the coordinators and the head coach not be aware of, what Stallions was able to bring in? So the suspension, I would be in completely fine with that part of it at this point.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head there with the lack of institutional control, where even if Harbaugh truly did not know about this somehow, which I find extremely hard to believe, even if he didn't, when you're the CEO, when you're the boss, when you're in charge, it falls at your feet. I'm a teacher. If something happens in my classroom, even if I don't see it, I don't hear it, hey, that still falls at my feet. I'm in charge. I'm in control. And it's the same way with the head football coach of a football program. If something happens, whether you know about it or not, you're supposed to be in control. That falls at your feet. You should be held responsible.
We got Marty Leap here from Penn State Rivals, breaking down Penn State, Michigan, of course, one of the big matchups in the Big Ten. Every season, they get together in Happy Valley at noon Eastern time. Certainly, Marty, if you need to move on, we had scheduled a Michigan guy just a few minutes after you to hopefully get you guys together after we got the Penn State take from you.
I still got about 15 minutes or so. Do I need to do anything else? So I can hang out.
What happens?
Yeah.
Cool. So join Marty, Penn State Rivals, and you can check out his work right there. Is this much of a recruiting factor, this game?
I think the game itself is a big recruiting factor because it's going to be a big recruiting weekend. Obviously, when Michigan comes to town, you're going to have a big recruiting crowd. Just like, if there's going to be in Ann Arbor, it'd be a big recruiting game for Michigan. On an individual basis, I don't know. I mean, I think if Drew Allar can come out and play the way he did against Maryland, against Michigan, that's definitely something you can use with recruiting quarterbacks in the future. Now, on more of a macro level, if you win this game, you put yourself in a position to still potentially make the Big Ten championship or the college football playoff, which obviously doing that is a big recruiting boost. But I think it would be different if it was Ohio State, because James Franklin has beaten Michigan a lot more frequently than he has Ohio State. But I think on a macro level, this can set you up for more recruiting success, because winning this game could potentially get you to Indianapolis, could potentially get you to the college football playoff.
All right, let's break down some Penn State and Michigan together with Marty. We got Tanner Wooten from Blue by 90 checking in. Tanner, we appreciate you stopping by.
Hey, Mark. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. Wanted to get you two on together. Marty's got about 10 more minutes to have you guys chop it up directly. Appreciate Tanner dropping by, Blue by 90. So, Tanner, I will let you get started with whatever you want to say about this game, and then you can throw something at Marty, whether that's comment or question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's been a lot of talk about Michigan's cupcake schedule, and no lies detected there. As somebody who's been to a lot of games this year, excited to have a real football game to really discuss. I'll tell you guys, I don't know when you're talking about UNLV and Bowling Green and Indiana and Rutgers. It's like, I don't know how much more I can really create content out of this. So it's nice to have a true, big time opponent on the schedule. But yeah, I mean, when I look at Penn State, I look at the running backs, and those two are as dynamic as you're going to see in the Big Ten. I think that defense is lights out. That's going to be Michigan's toughest test, maybe all year, honestly. I think that defense is legit. Marty, is real quick, just going to ask you a question. Is there any news surrounding Chop Robinson's availability this weekend? Because that's a pretty big deal, for both sides of this game.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal. James Franklin told the media today he is hopeful that Chop will play on Saturday. He did not play against Maryland, but he traveled with the team. He was fully dressed and fully participating in pregame warmups. So I think all of that's pretty telling. The fact he did all of that, and then coming out of it, they're hopeful he's going to play. I would assume we see him. And I mean, it might be limited with snaps. It might not be the 60, 65 snaps a game he typically plays, but I would assume we see Chop in some fashion. And, that's a really good defensive end room, even without Chop Robinson. So it's crazy because he might be the best player on their defense, but it's still one that they've been able to survive without. Now, you're going to beat Michigan, you're going to need Chop. But I would expect – I don't know if he'll be 100%. I don't know how many snaps he'll have. It might be on a pitch count, but I would expect we see him in some fashion.
Yeah, that's a game changer, right? I mean, obviously, watching the Michigan-Purdue game, I need to still do kind of a deeper dive. I had a wedding, and one of my very good friends was in the wedding, but I had my phone in one hand, drink in the other on the dance floor. So I was trying to watch as much as I can. I still got to break it down a little bit, but I noticed there was some pressure. I think Purdue's defensive ends are pretty good, and they were able to generate some pressure. And I think you saw McCarthy have a little bit of happy feet on Saturday. Even then, though, a lot of us in the Michigan sphere were like, "What's going on with 9?" And he still is 65%, 335 yards, 9 yards an attempt. Like, his off game is still pretty damn good. Which I've seen a lot of Michigan quarterbacks, so it's kind of nice to have that be the guy under center for Michigan. But yeah, I think from the Michigan end, there's a lot of things that I love about this team, but I think I'm a little bit concerned about the run game going up against Penn State right now. They're not really firing on all cylinders. So Marty, love to know what you hear about that. My one thing with that, though, is similar to last year coming into the Penn State game. Michigan played at Indiana, really wasn't able to get the run game going. It was a lot of McCarthy's arm, and the reads were shut off for McCarthy. He's not really running, got to keep him healthy. And then for Penn State, they had some designed runs for him that really opened some things up, and were kind of key catalysts on those 2 long touchdowns that Corum and Edwards had to start the second half last year. So Marty, love to know what you think about Penn State defense coming in against this Michigan offense, maybe a little bit more balanced than they've been in the past, more of a dynamic playmaker at quarterback who's a year older now. But the run game is maybe not as explosive as it was in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, as I'm sure this has come as no surprise to anybody, Manny Diaz is a very prideful individual. Manny Diaz is probably a top 5 defense coordinator in the country. I've got no doubt Manny and this crew is going to be ready to go for Saturday after what happened last year in Ann Arbor. They are going to be out to prove a point. The rush defense has been questioned since that game, and it's kind of built up to this because everyone in Penn State circle said, well, yeah, the rush defense has been great since then, but it doesn't matter if you can't stop Michigan. And I think they're built for success. I really do. If you go back and rewatch that game last year, Penn State was incredibly not gap sound, and that was as big a problem as anything. That happened this year in the season opener against West Virginia. Now, to West Virginia's credit, other than Michigan, that's the best offensive line Penn State has played all year and will play. West Virginia's offensive line is really good. But since then, this defense has been stellar against the run. Mark and I talked about it before you joined us. Maryland had negative 49 yards rushing last week. Now, a lot of that was sack yards, but if you take out sack yardage, Maryland still rushed for negative yards. They held Iowa to something like 1.1 yards per carry. Ohio State, I think, only averaged like 3.2 yards per carry against them. They have been extremely good against the run. I think they're going to be extremely motivated on Saturday. I think you're going to see them play a much more gap sound style of defense. And I really do think that if Michigan is going to win this game, I mean, make no buts about it. If I was making a prediction today, I would predict Michigan. Now, obviously, with everything going on, who knows? I've said that this is a game you probably safely can't predict till Saturday morning because just you don't know what's going to happen with the Big Ten and the coaching staffs and that sort of thing. But I think if Michigan's going to do it, it's going to be on McCarthy because I do think Penn State's going to do a good job of handling the running game. I mean, you would know better than me, but it does seem from what I've read, what I've seen of Michigan this year, this offensive line, it's not bad, but it's not as good as it's been. And Penn State's defensive line might be the best in the Big Ten. So I think that's a combination where Michigan's going to get their runs. Corum is so good. Edwards is so good. But I don't think it's going to be a repeat of last year where they're just running wild either. So I do think McCarthy is going to have to make some plays. And, go back 2 years ago, that game in Happy Valley, what did it come down to? It came down to Cade McNamara making some big throws late in the fourth quarter for Michigan, to pull it out. And I think it might be similar to that, where McCarthy's going to have to make some plays, because I do think this Penn State defense, you mentioned it being balanced. It is very balanced. The pass rush is tremendous. The run defense has been great. The secondary has been really good. And I think most of all, they embody Manny Diaz. Manny is aggressive. He's fiery. He trusts his system. He believes in it. And so do these guys on defense. If they give up a big play, they don't worry about it, because in their minds, hey, we're getting a TFL. We're getting a sack. We're going to force turnover, so it doesn't matter. And I think that, like I said, they're going to be very motivated on Saturday after what happened last year.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing when I look at Michigan's performance in the run game, though, because if you go and look at, I would say the three toughest defenses, against the run that they have played in 2023 so far have been Nebraska, Rutgers, and Minnesota. And it felt like they got whatever they wanted in those games. And now against Indiana, Michigan State, and Purdue, it just felt like we're not going to put McCarthy at risk. Now, he will still scramble because he is that kind of guy. Every time I watch Michigan on TV, they talk about being a hockey player and the competitive nature and just not being afraid of contact, which I get a little nervous sometimes, right? That depth is not there. There's no Cade McNamara behind you, right? But I do think that his legs are going to be incorporated into the offense. I think that will probably open some things up a little bit, cause some hesitancy from the linebackers. But, I think it's going to come down to, like you said, J.J. McCarthy. And then on the other side, Drew Allar, I try to be fair, and I haven't seen a ton from him this year so far that's lived up to the hype, right? 5-star, top 10 player coming in 2022. The yards per attempt have not been great, but he has bounced back really well, against Indiana and Maryland. It just seems like they don't let him just, let it rip. I mean, they had the long touchdown to win the Indiana game. It's like, man, you got to let this kid just go out there and rip it, make mistakes, learn from it. Like, I don't think as a first-time starter having, 20 touchdowns, 1 pick, it's great. But I if I'm a Penn State guy, I'd like to see him make more mistakes and learn from them, so you get to this part of the season and you don't have so many question marks. So I'd love to know what you think, because I feel like they need to take the training wheels off, man. Let this 5-star go be a 5-star. You have to just do that sometimes and take the lumps.
Hey, you're preaching to the choir there. I mentioned this to Mark earlier. Some of my cohorts and I, rivals with Happy Valley Insider, we joked that once he threw that interception against Indiana, like, hey, it's okay. Take a deep breath, Drew. It's going to be okay. And since that interception, he's coming off by far the best game of his career against Maryland. It was just Maryland, but man, some of the throws he made were just, I said it to Mark, there was 3 or 4 throws he made in that game. Half the quarterbacks in the NFL aren't going to make that throw. And that just kind of goes to your point of, hey, he's got the arm talent. Let him show it. But dating back to that last drive against Indiana, I don't have the exact stats in front of me right now, but he's something like 30 of 40 for 300 yards and 5 scores. So, like, since he threw that interception, it's almost like, hey, you know what? He realized it's going to be okay. You can make mistakes, learn from them. And even the coaching staff, the game they called against Maryland was completely different than any other game they've called this year. There were multiple deep shots. More than not, they worked. Some of the ones that weren't on Drew. Like, there was a deep post to Keandre Lambert-Smith where he just broke the wrong way coming out of his route, or else it would have been a 60-yard touchdown. There was a drop on what could have been a touchdown on a deep throw. But I'm with you. Like, take the training wheels off, let him sling it. And I will say that the fact we didn't, not just that we saw it against Maryland, but Dante Cephas, the transfer receiver from Kent State, had by far his best game of the season. You finally maybe feel comfortable. You've got 2 legitimate receiver options with Cephas and Keandre Lambert-Smith. Obviously, that opens things up a lot more too. So I do think if they're going to pull the upset on Saturday, Drew has to play the way he did against Maryland. I think if he plays the way he did against Maryland, and it's not a coincidence that he had that game and it was the best game Katron Allen's had running the ball all year either. Those 2 things definitely go hand in hand. If Drew can do that, it's going to open up the running game more, and they're going to have a chance to beat Michigan on Saturday, especially with it being in Happy Valley. And this crowd, it's always a hostile crowd for an opponent at Beaver Stadium anyway. But I'm sure you and every other Michigan person in the world agrees this is the first road game since all of this. That place is going to be, they're going to be, this game could be played anywhere, and that crowd was going to be so incredibly anti-Harbaugh and anti-Michigan. You throw in the fact that it's Beaver Stadium. It is a team that you have a little bit of a rivalry with to begin with already. It's going to be a very hostile crowd that I think Penn State will be able to feed off of.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, I don't know. I mean, maybe the signs will be better. I mean, that place is going to be rocking no matter what, right? I mean, it's, it's not at night. It's not a true whiteout because, November Big Ten rules, night games, all that fun stuff. But, I mean, I feel pretty good with McCarthy at quarterback for Michigan, just being able to go in there and say, I've been in really hostile environments. I mean, the shoe, the Horseshoe and Happy Valley are two of the toughest. And so, he was there as a freshman. I honestly can't remember how many times he got in with the packages they had built for him. That was a McNamara game, but so I think that he'll be ready for it. And this team, I think they're going to feed off of it too. I mean, I think it goes both ways. So I'm excited for it. With Blue by 90, we're doing a watch party in Ann Arbor. It's going to be amazing here in Ann Arbor. I'm sure you guys are going to have a ton of fun out in Central PA as well. Like one of the best environments of college football. So going to be an awesome game. I can't wait. And again, I'm just ready to, the soft schedule stuff for Michigan, right? It's like these games were going to be played. It's just they didn't happen in October. So we're going to find out what Michigan's made of and Penn State too, because these are two of the best teams in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we will dive into the soft schedule. I want to respect Marty's time. I'm going to make one kind of broad observation, and if Marty needs to leave, that's great. If not, Marty, you can respond to this as well before you head out. Is that I believe Penn State's got the best defense in the Big Ten, but I think Ohio State, Michigan, and Iowa are very close. I just think that Penn State, just from a sheer athletic standpoint, with Manny Diaz as the coordinator, all three levels. But again, I think that those three other teams are really, really good as well. But Michigan is just, to me, just buttoned up everywhere. Maybe there's some special teams gaffes here and there. We heard Tanner talk about the tackle play against Purdue, but they have two really good ends. Penn State's just more uneven. Drew Aller's got a lot of growing up to do. JJ McCarthy's just hit his peak. I'm concerned to a certain extent about the Penn State offensive line. They don't seem to have a guy that's going to blow the top off the defense at wide receiver. A lot of twos and threes that might be those guys for elite teams. Marty, how would you respond to that? Where Penn State's a little bit more uneven and Michigan seems to be just a complete team.
Yeah, I'd agree with everything you said. I mean, I've said it, Keandre Lambert-Smith, Dante Cephas, that group, I think they're good receivers, but they are good number twos. They don't have a true number one. Michigan, yeah, I've said all year that I think Michigan's the best team in the country. I think they're a better football team than Georgia. I think they're the most complete. Like you said, they're complete. They can beat you running the ball. They can beat you throwing the ball. They've got receivers. That defense is nasty. If this game was in Ann Arbor, I would probably pick Michigan to win by 2+ scores. But I think it being in Beaver Stadium will close that gap. Like I said, I still think Michigan will win. That is assuming something doesn't happen between now and kickoff with Harbaugh and Sharon Moore, or Jesse Minter, whatever it may be, with suspensions or something. But yeah, I agree that Michigan is a complete football team. I think Penn State's a very good team. I think Penn State's one of the 10 best teams in the country. I just think Michigan and Georgia are on a different level than the rest of the country this year. And we're going to see that on Saturday, where I think it's going to be close to the end. I wouldn't be surprised if Michigan maybe gets a late score when they kind of, similar to the Ohio State game, the defense wears down, get a late score to make it 2 scores. But I expect it to be a great football game. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun. If nothing else, it should be one of the best games of the year on the college football schedule.
Marty, we appreciate you being here. Penn State Rivals is where you can catch Marty. You see the X handle, and then the handle to the Penn State Rivals on Twitter/X. Marty, appreciate you stopping by. Enjoy the game.
Absolutely, Mark. I'm sure we'll talk soon.
And we'll keep it rolling here, Tanner. Don't know how much time you have, but just let me know. And want to respect your time, but appreciate you stopping by. Tanner's going to join John on Tuesday on the Michigan live stream. that we present here at the Voice of College Football over on the Wolverines channel. That's going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern time. All right. Well, we got some word from a Michigan guy that calls us all the time, and then I'm also checked out and seeing it online, seeing it in the chat. Two big news items for the day concerning the allegations would be, number one, that Big Ten coaches are collaborating themselves in sign stealing, sharing signs, doing all those sorts of things. Another one would be no connection continues to be the result of the investigation of the NCAA, meaning no connection between Harbaugh and knowledge of the sign stealing, fiasco.
Yeah, sign gate. Just throw gate. I'm a young man, and I don't know how old I was when I realized why gate was put after everything.
Okay.
Why is it Spygate? Why is it Deflate Gate? Yeah, I don't remember when that correlation hit. Maybe in high school, history class.
Yes,
But
Watergate.
the worst scandal in Big Ten history, coming from anonymous sources, talking about a Big Ten that's had a ton of terrible scandals. So, obviously, Mark, I'm biased. You know this. I go on and talk my trash on the show with John and have fun with it. I've kind of been this way the whole time. I don't think it is that big of an impact when it comes to playing football. And now the news has broke that, however many Big Ten coaching staffers, analysts, whatever it is, I don't know what the group chats looked like, are, have a shared spreadsheet of Michigan signs. And I don't care. Like to me, it just doesn't make that big of an impact. When you look at football and the way that it's played, a lot of what the sign stealing is going to get you is runner pass, right? But you can gather that from the alignment of the offensive tackle. If he's got his foot back a little bit, he's going to pass pro, right? Or if he's maybe a little forward in his stance, it's going to be a run. And so I just don't think it's that big of a deal. I think, all the rival fans, and I'm not looking at the right side of the screen here because I'm sure I'm getting some stuff, but I think a lot of the folks that don't like Michigan took this as an opportunity to try to knock Michigan down a peg. They've won the Big Ten 2 years in a row. They want to say it's an asterisk. I was at a wedding in Nebraska with a lot of guys that went to the University of Nebraska, and I got a lot of crap from them. And I just haven't thought that was that big of a deal. And I can't believe we're at this part of the story. Late last week, it was like, oh my gosh, they're going to indefinitely suspend Jim Harbaugh. Now the NCAA says that there's no known connection. Now we know that a lot of the other Big Ten schools were colluding to get Michigan signs. We know on Sundays coaching staffs talk. I'm sure Michigan's a part of that too, right? It just, look, if the guy went and advanced scouted, then that's one thing. But to have 13 coaches and 13 athletic directors on a call with a new Big Ten commissioner demanding justice before an investigation's even basically started, I just feel like it's jumped the shark. So, yeah, that news, it moved the needle in terms of kind of what the narrative is, that Michigan just had this huge advantage. And now it seems like it's probably way more level than anybody really wants to admit. This whole thing's just ridiculous, Mark. I come on to, these shows and we do live streams on Bleacher Report, and it's like, we get texts from the producers, we got to talk about this. And I'm like, I like football, man. I'm not a NCAA bylaw attorney here. Like, I just want to talk ball. So yeah, it's just unfortunate that it's really cast a shadow over the Michigan season. Seems like Michigan's kind of firing back at this point, leaking some things, and rumors are there's more stuff to come. I'm sure there's more stuff to come on the Connor Stallion stuff too. So, we're just going to go back and forth and back and forth. And I just saw there was a report that the NCAA said there's no known connection from Ryan Day and the PIs. And it's just like a mess. It's just like, what are we even talking about here? Like, how did this stuff even get out into the open? Like, Jim Delaney would have shut this down immediately, I think. I don't know what you think, but I just feel like this infighting probably happens in a lot of conferences, and their commissioners are more tenured, are a little bit less afraid to stand up and say, hey, let's not get all this out into the open, because there's a lot of things you probably don't want out there too. So yeah, it's just unfortunate, man. And we'll see what happens with it all, but I just still can't wrap my head around how we're at this point with it. It's like, I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But again, I'm biased. And if it was shoes on the other foot, I don't know. I like to think I'm level-headed enough to understand football and know that that's not winning you games by 20 points, but I don't know.
So you've taken us in a few different directions here. I'll start with this. Like you, I want to talk ball. I had a news job early in my career I was covering a murder trial like my first 3 or 4 weeks in the media. Like I left that for a reason. Like I
Yeah.
didn't want to deal with that type of news on a daily basis, going to board meetings for city council and trying to understand everything that's going on with all sorts of legal matters. Yeah, I left that for a reason and got into sports, which that's what I wanted to do from the get-go for a reason. And when I was covering college football, meaning, direct in person all the time, every day at the news conferences, in the locker room, on the practice field, all that, at the games, on the sideline. Man, I had to deal with 3 programs that all went on probation during the 6 to 7 years that I was there for basketball and football. All 3 of them, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and Alabama, basketball, football, they all went on probation. So I was dealing with this all the time. There was always an NCAA investigation, usually multiple ones. And I just wanted to cover sports. So I'm right there with you when it comes to that. When it comes to cheating, like I don't understand the concept if it's not gaining somebody an advantage that's meaningful, because that's the only reason you would do it. So that's what I can't get around.
I mean, sorry to cut you off. I just think, who knows? I mean, look, if there's going to be stuff that connects it to other people that were in on this, then I'm going to change my tune, right? I think it's okay to change your stance when you have new knowledge presented.
Yes.
But to immediately jump to Jim Harbaugh knew and they were covering it up and they were doing, like, I just think that this was a guy who's my age. We're the same age. I found this out. And he used to follow me on Twitter, Mark. Big Michigan fan. Like, used to follow me on Twitter. I kind of knew who he was. I knew he was like a volunteer assistant, which I didn't really know what that meant. Like, I was always curious as how he was at like every game. That's kind of some of the stuff that's brought up in an SI article of how he was kind of funding this whole thing and funding his ability to come to games from San Diego, where he was stationed with the Marine Corps, right? And so, just kind of an aside there, but it feels like a guy who just really wanted to be noticed and advance in this career path, right? Like, that's to me what it's, I mean, if the Central Michigan photos are him, that means he wore a wig, right?
Yeah.
Like, that guy had a full head of hair. That means he wore a wig. Like, maybe he had a glued on, I don't know, like a toupee that goes like, so this whole thing is just crazy, man. I know I've seen a lot of comments over there as I glance, and, look, if Jim Harbaugh didn't know, it's still his program and there still should be some sort of appropriate punishment. But the people wanting to suspend him indefinitely, it's why I can't wrap my head around it. No. I really can't. No. Like, I can't figure out how we got to this point where it's the worst scandal ever to some people. Like, I just, and the ESPN media storm last Wednesday, where it felt just very much like an email memo went out and it said bash Michigan and Harbaugh. Like, Stephen A. Smith is talking about this. I don't know the last time I've ever seen Stephen A. Smith talk about college football. Like, I don't know. Again, no tinfoil hats, no conspiracies here. It's just been a weird situation, man. It really has been. And, I wish, rival fans could maybe try to put themselves in the shoes of somebody who is a Michigan fan and just, I don't know, just look at it from an objective point of view, right? Because I understand where fans of other teams are pissed off. I do get it, right? I understand. But I just think it for sure is whataboutism, right? But if we're all doing it, what's the advantage?
Yeah.
Why is there an asterisk, right?
Yeah. So this is why I think it's this big. Is typically when we've seen NCAA investigations, number one, they almost always involve recruiting. Before NIL, recruiting scandals, bags being dropped off, grades being changed to keep players eligible, all those things that involve recruiting. And for as much as people are obsessed with recruiting, it's not as tangible. It's more like, okay, the news broke today, the NCAA is investigating Tennessee for recruiting violations. Okay, then so that's the big news for the day. It lasts for a couple of days and then it's kind of fades off and people forget about it because there's nothing tangible to point to, like watch a game and say, this game could be impacted by that. Now, then the investigation concludes, and a year later or whatever, then the NCAA hands down penalties and says Tennessee did X, Y, and Z, and we are going to punish it in this way. And everybody's agrees or disagrees and argues about it. And that's that. What we are seeing here is people, I think, have more of a tangible, okay, if you steal signs, and then everybody has it in their minds to different levels, what kind of advantage is that? None. It's not a big deal. Or all the way to, well, you would have never won these games without knowing these signs. So people are all over the place and have different levels of knowledge, but they can turn on a game. This is in season and say, Michigan's playing and they steal signs. So I think that's what's made it. Plus, shoot, we've only had so many scandals in college football during the age of social media. So even though social media has really been around about 15 years, it's only probably been 5, 6, 7 years that people are like, everybody's on it all the time. And it's completely saturated almost everybody's lives. So there haven't been that many college football scandals during that time to where people can constantly talk about it and blast off about it with every possible inane, stupid, idiotic take on it imaginable.
Yeah, and I want to address some of the comments that I'm seeing here. Yes, Connor Stallions was the signs guy, so he was going to be by the coordinators. Like nobody is arguing that. Ohio, I know who Mark. I'm sure you know, but Brent Zadebski is Ohio State sign guy. Like these guys exist, right? And again, it's that allegedly he went above and beyond and hired third-party accountants, like a 45-year-old accountant with an iPhone 12 to go and record. It's just the craziest thing to me. I just still can't wrap my mind around it. But again, look, Michigan should have some sort of punishment. But to sit here and I think you and I are on the same page here, Mark, but for some people to sit here and even coaches to sit here and demand that Jim Harbaugh be indefinitely suspended in the middle of an undefeated potential national championship run I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I hear that. Like I mean, look, if these penalties, I truly think what's going to happen is Michigan's probably got some mambo in the chambers that's going to give them the ability to try to kind of fight this and show, hey, this wasn't that big of a deal, and you're opening up a can of worms. And who knows if Tony is it Petiti? Is that how you say it?
Yes.
The big commish wants to deal with that. Year one on the job. I mean, he's only been on the job since the summer. So nice opening year for him to deal with this. But, I think, look, just to, again, show that it's not as big of an advantage, Michigan's outscoring opponents 90-13 without Connor Stallions on the sideline. So, and both teams they played has said they changed their signs. So again, I don't like, it's not like you get the sign, you have 20 seconds maybe to get the information into your players. It's not like you're like, all right, they're running they're running this concept. Here's the perfect defense to defend. Like, it's not how it works, right? Like, that's just, I don't know.
Well, I'm going to be a bit hard on Michigan here. So brace yourself, Tanner.
Go for it.
Okay. But as we always are, measured and logical here. So if I'm not logical, you let me know. Number one, there's only one reason that you cheat. So regardless of how much any of us can try to measure how much that cheating impacts the game, there's only one reason to do it. Like, is there any other reason to cheat than to change the result of the game, or think that what you're doing is going to impact the result, to either change the result or ensure that the result is going to be in your favor? That's the only reason you would ever cheat at anything.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Then the next point would be that, and otherwise, I've told Michigan fans this in particular, that if it doesn't give you an advantage, then that's actually more stupid.
Yeah, no, I think it's stupid. I don't think I don't think they needed to do it. And it's, it's an embarrassment. And the fact that we even have to have this conversation is the frustrating part.
But we may be finding out that others are doing something similar. And then it's just going to be like, well, everybody's doing something that's breaking the rules.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, we're going 65 and a 55. If you really look at this in comparison to some of the things that are going on out there, like, you think this is a competitive advantage? What about buying 5 stars left and right? Like, is that a competitive advantage? Michigan may have broke the rules.
Yeah.
it's alleged. The rules are not very clear because they were written in 1994, when they implemented it for cost-saving measures. And I don't think they envisioned Steve Jobs and the iPhone, right? So who knows? The letter of the law, no. But the spirit of the law, yeah, you probably broke it.
And that's one of the very first things I brought up when we got into this. And it was like, okay, this just broke. And you're looking at this and, okay, why is this rule in play? Because teams steal signs. Okay, they can't do it. And why did they take that? Oh, it had everything to do with budgetary concerns, trying to protect the Ball States of the world because they don't have any money to go advance scout.
Exactly.
Well, okay. So it's not in and of itself the rule in place because of some ethical or moral concern. It's not an ethical or moral concern, but not everyone can do it. So we're going to try to flatline and make it equitable and fair for everyone. So we're eliminating it. So let's understand that sign stealing in and of itself, everyone, has not been deemed in sports and in football in particular to be like ethically or morally wrong. It's not. That's everyone's standard. They will all steal signs. Then the other place where I'm going to be a bit hard on Michigan would be, I just can't fathom that they could get signs from Connor Stallions and that Harbaugh and the coordinators wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know that
how he's getting that
information,
how he's that good at it.
Well, I would say to that, I mean, you saw his LinkedIn resume, right?
Yes.
I mean, this guy's an embellisher. I mean, again, I think it goes back to this guy wanting to advance through the ranks. And again, you're going to have a sign guy and you're going to, I mean, again, everybody has a sign guy. So I don't know. I'm with you, but at the same time, I don't think should have known is grounds to indefinitely suspend someone like the Big Ten is claiming at the moment, which I know you and I agree on that point. But I don't know. I mean, he's going and you can look at the TV copy. That's, again, what makes it so dumb is you look at the TV copy, you can, potentially see stuff on the All-22 depending on how quickly they get the video started before a play and how wide their shot is. The best man at my wedding is, again, it's high school, but he's a defensive coordinator in the state of Ohio, in Eden, Ohio, up in Northwest Ohio. And talking to him, he's like, I'm going to be honest, when I go to huddle, first thing I do is look and see if I can get signs, and so, there's legal ways to obtain it. But again, Connor Stallions and his vast network of random people or friends and family and whoever's on his Venmo account, may have stressed the rules by quite a bit. But it's just unfortunate that it's put a damper on the Michigan season. And, that's the tough part, that Michigan fans are going to have to kind of wear this scarlet letter, right? You wear the black M around and it's still prideful, but it's like, somebody's going to say something stupid to me, and I'm just gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah. And believe me, Tanner, we'll get away from this in just a second. But a lot of things are just popping into my mind concerning all of this. And I think the whole crux of this is going to be, we're at a place where if nothing else comes out concerning Michigan, that, they get a slap on the wrist. And my version of that is some level of, not necessarily scholarship reductions, but recruiting visits limited. Maybe Harbaugh's got a suspension of 2 games and maybe some fines and money. The crux of all this is going to come to the point in which, did Harbaugh know what was going on? Did he either just know it was going on or did he initiate it? And that's what it's all going to boil down to in terms of it really raising the roof of, okay, wow, this is going to be dealt with harshly by the NCAA. So, Tanner, I'm going to ask this next question. We are done with the allegations and all that business. And I know as soon as I ask this question, all sorts of people in the chat are going to answer it in a certain way, thinking of all that. But we are going to brush that all aside as though it did not exist. This is a big picture question. Why is Michigan football different post 2020 than what it was before? What happened?
I think you look at the coordinators they hired. I know that's a leading question, Mark. There's a lot that out there that Mike McDonald was really good at stealing signs. Well, he just, casually has the #1 defense in the NFL with the Baltimore Ravens. I think they made some changes to their philosophy. I think they got a lot of bad eggs out of the building. we actually had the opportunity to speak with a number of players. We did, I think it was 4 players that we did an in-person podcast with that will be coming soon. I don't know when we're going to be able to release that, but talking to those guys, the culture is completely different from 2019, 2020 to 2021. Also, Aiden Hutchinson, JJ McCarthy, Blake Corum, Hassan Haskins, offensive line is playing amazing, right? Like, I don't think I don't think you can point to having signs as the reason that you are physically dominating opponents on the field. If you want to look at the 2021 Ohio State game, I don't think any signs could have saved anybody in that game. I mean, Michigan's getting 2 to 3 yards of movement at the line of scrimmage. So yeah, I think you got a lot of great NFL players. Look at DJ Turner, Dax Hill, Mozzie Smith. I already mentioned Hutchinson, David Ojabo, Brad Hawkins. You got Rod Moore now. I mean, you got Chris Jenkins. Like, got good players, man. Got good players, good coaches.
Okay. Tanner, appreciate you stopping by. Great stuff with you. Tell us all about Blue by 90 and what people can find out there.
Yeah, absolutely. You can find us online at blueby90.com. We're on Twitter at blueby90. You can find me at Tanner Wu-Tang on Twitter /X. I don't know. I'm going to call it Twitter, Mark. I'm going to do that.
Right,
for anybody in the Ann Arbor area, I believe we are going to be having a watch party for the Penn State Michigan game at the Pretzel Bell in downtown. Great Ann Arbor establishment. Going to be having some beer provided by North Peak Brewing, who we're partnered with. So should be a great weekend. And yeah, looking forward to talking football, man. This is I'm out of my depth when it comes to this stuff too. I'm not a lawyer, I don't pretend to be. Like, this stuff is just not how my brain works.
Yeah.
So
and it just wears on me. I know that people are always asking for us to make predictions and say what's going to happen and what concerning games and coaches, who's going to be the next coach here and all those things. I'm fully equipped to take that on. But yeah, this just wears me down trying to keep up with all of this. And I don't do the best at it. And I tell my audience all the time, this is not the place to find the latest information. We will respond to it when something's substantiated, but we're not going to run down speculation lane and go through all that garbage all the time. Tanner, appreciate you being here. Are you a big betting guy, point spread guy? Do you do that?
No,
predictions?
I can give you my score prediction. I think Michigan wins 27-13. Maybe, like Marty said, maybe a late touchdown. I did want to comment. Somebody mentioned that Vegas was mad or the gambling world is mad. Michigan has the best odds to win the national championship per bet MGM, and I don't know what other books. So Vegas knows. So I would counter that. Talking about Vegas, they've got Michigan with the best odds at plus 225. So that's interesting. I don't know what to make of that. Again, I'm not a gambling guy, but I just I find that interesting because it hasn't appeared to move the needle for Vegas much.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask you, do you remember what those odds were prior to this coming out?
I don't know.
But they're still the best.
Yeah, they're still number one. So yeah, it's an interesting time, and we're gonna find out the facts through the investigations, plural, that the NCAA and Big Ten are conducting. But hey, look, Michigan did it; they did it, and hand down a fair punishment. So, and part of that, I think, is going to be Michigan folks going to have to just deal with it. Just going to suck it up and deal with the cheaters, asterisks. I know I did this weekend, like I told you at that wedding. So, you're going to be a Big Ten country, man. You're going to hear about it. So it's all part of college football, man. It's why it's the best sport in the world.
Well, at least your buddy knew to have the wedding last weekend and not this weekend.
Yes, that is a good point. I was hoping it was during the bye week, but you know what? It's all good. So we were able to watch the game and have fun. And fall weddings, I get it. It's not so hot. I'm not dying in a suit, which is the nice part. So,
because I was going to tell you, man, that with the phone in one hand and the drink in the other on the dance floor, that you basically just missed the same Michigan game that they play every week. It's been the same game, like over and every week.
Yeah. Well, and with this game, I'd be able to actually watch it before the wedding, instead of being a night game against Purdue for some reason. I don't know. NBC gotta get the numbers up, but I don't know if Michigan Purdue deserves a night game. So, but yeah, excited for some real football, man. A real team. Penn State's a damn good team. They played Ohio State extremely tough, and it's gonna be a tough environment, like Marty said. So it's gonna be fun.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tanner. Enjoy the game. Appreciate it.
All right, Mark. Thank you, sir.
All right, we will keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. This is our Big Ten live show that we present each and every Monday at 6 Eastern. So make it on back next week. We go from 6 to 10. So I'm your host from 6 to 8. We got John D'Adamo standing by. He will jump on here at 8 o'clock Eastern time to take you all home. All right, let's get it with our next caller. We got Michael on the line. Michael, how you doing tonight? Hello, Michael. All right, Michael, going once, going twice, going 3 times, and out. We'll keep you in the backstage. Michael, just hit us with a note when you're ready to answer the line. You are the next one up, Michael. You are it. So now he's going away. I don't know what that's all about. All right, let's see the chat. I have seen some of this. Mike, yes, I do. You caught me. I admit it. Yes. Without all of you, there's none of this. We don't do this. I talk to the wall otherwise. So thank you so much for that. No, I actually, the chat jumped on me there. That was the comment I intended to put up there. Yes. You guys make this go here at the Voice of College Football. Yeah, putting in the hours. I am just grateful to all of you for putting up with me tonight. The voice and the sinus is not working well. Oh boy, awesome. Awesome Lawson is telling us to stay out of the chat. It does suck for college football. When this first came down, despite my rooting interests, my thought was, I don't want this to be true. I do not want it to be true. I don't want games to be tainted. I don't want there to be this constant argument and guessing game as to how much it impacted scores or anything like that. But I do want people held accountable. So we do know that it's been done to some extent. So I do want people to be held accountable. Steven says, don't look at the chat. Others say, stay out of the chat. Really? Keep Chopping says, Greg Schiano would be undefeated against Michigan without the cheating. Oh, yeah. What else? What else? Twookie G again, if you can get caught cheating during a season and have no punishment for that season, why wouldn't everyone cheat? Oh, that's right. I wanted to acknowledge and respond to this comment that's been left in the chat about 48 times. Rooted Rotor says, AP breaking news. Big Ten programs collaborated to decode and share Michigan signs, potentially violating the Big Ten sportsmanship policy if none of us were able to read that without the caps. Where's the outrage, Mark? The outrage from whom? Whom are we looking for outrage from? From me? Why would I respond with outrage to that when I did not respond with outrage at the Michigan infractions and allegations? Because I said, let's let the process play out. Correct? Correct. So we will do the same thing here. But if it turns out to be true, again, we addressed that topic off the top. Certainly when the first caller called in and brought me to this story. If that's against the rules, then that needs to be dealt with. If it's just not against the rules, and then we can all evaluate that as being fair or not fair. But if it's within the rules for coaches to get together and share signs, I don't know that anyone has brought together any kind of bylaws that I've seen, and I looked for them to see whether that's against the rules. If it's not against the rules, then I don't care that this happened. All right, let's keep it moving. We've got Defiant on the line. Welcome to the Voice of College Football.
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
I am doing just fine. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Just watching some Purdue basketball. Well, we're chilling.
Oh, basketball.
Yeah, that starts tonight. But,
All right, basketball.
I think football's
Who's
more
Purdue
important right
playing?
now than basketball.
Yeah. Does Purdue
Anyways,
have a big game tonight?
What?
Does Purdue have a big game tonight?
Oh, no, they're playing some small school from
Okay.
Alabama or something. It's just money games, to start the season off with.
Oh yeah, I used to cover them myself, so know exactly what you're talking about. What's on your mind?
Well, I know you talked a little bit about the Illinois-Indiana game earlier.
Yeah.
I know Indiana can potentially make a bowl game. Do you think if they make a bowl game, does Tom Allen keep his job, or are they still looking at maybe potentially moving on from them at this point?
Well, they were 2-6.
Yeah.
And they would win 4 consecutive games and defeat Illinois, Purdue. I'm trying to think. Do they still have to play Rutgers?
Michigan State.
Michigan State.
Yeah.
And okay, Illinois, Michigan State, Purdue. Who's the other game?
Yeah.
Do we know who the other game is?
I think those are the last 3 games. Those are the only 3 last.
Yeah, but they already. Okay, I got you. So they won the game against Wisconsin,
Yeah.
Illinois, Purdue. Okay, I would think that would save his job. For Indiana to win 4 consecutive football games in the Big Ten, I don't think he ever did that during the 2 good seasons.
No, I don't remember that. I don't remember that happening.
So I think that would save his job. And obviously, if it doesn't, they've already made that decision. But I think that a lot of people don't want to be in that position to make that call. I think it's been maybe assumed for a long time that he's going to lose his job. I don't think he's going to be there next year.
No, I went to the season potentially thinking this would be his last season in Indiana because, 4-9 last year, 2-10 the year before. I was looking into potentially thinking that he was going to get fired after this year. But again, going back to your point, though, he hasn't won 4 consecutive games in the Big Ten, I think, ever. And he beat Wisconsin, for the first time since 2003 at home.
Yep.
So they were going high off that win right there. But Wisconsin, first year in Luke Fickell, I knew Wisconsin wasn't going to be that good. I guess it's a good win compared to who he beat already. But I definitely do think potentially that he could keep his job. But as an Indiana fan, I think he did an okay job, but I think eventually, even if he makes bowl games, it's time to move on. Like, what has he really done since the 2020 season?
Well, he's done nothing but lose 16 out of 19 games in the Big Ten.
Exactly. I'm not trying to rant or anything about it, but I'm a passionate fan of Indiana football. And I do think that eventually we could see Tom Allen get fired because, again, going 6-6 is great, but you need to see more success than what you had in 2019 and 2020.
Yeah, the odds of Indiana winning the final 4 games of the season is pretty astronomical, even though the opponents aren't that good. They're on Indiana's level. And then on top of that, I'm just taking an educated guess on him keeping his job if he finishes 6-6.
Yeah.
I think it's been determined that unless there's a miracle finish, that he's going to lose his job, and I think it's justified.
Oh no, I definitely agree with that. Even I think if he goes 6-7, he still could potentially lose his job because that's a 3rd straight losing season. Doesn't matter if you make a bowl game or not; that'll still be his 3rd straight losing season.
And even beyond that, the powers that be should notice that, similar to what Wisconsin, and of course the standards at Wisconsin are much higher, that they decided this new Big Ten is going to be serious. And we need somebody in play that is going to be able to take on that challenge. And we don't believe that Paul Chryst is that guy. And Paul Chryst has won well over 70% of his games and gone to Rose Bowls and won bowl games and finished in the top 10 to 15 in the country fairly consistently. but they still saw a program that was sliding that needed an upgraded head coach. And so Indiana, man, they are going to get buried if they don't address this situation.
Definitely. I think going back to when he first got hired, after Kevin Wilson got let go in Indiana, I think it was a hire to kind of bridge what happened with the Kevin Wilson era to the era we're in now. Yeah, I think maybe you got to look at next year. You go to 4 Pac-12 schools and they can play football. I know not a lot of people watch your games, but Washington just put 52 points up on USC. And I know USC just fired their defensive coordinator. But if you look at Indiana's defense, Washington could score like 80 points against our defense right now if we played them.
Yeah, and you guys would score about 40.
True, very true. But, it might be a hard 40, but I think we could score, potentially that much. But, okay, then if you think that could happen, do you think maybe we could just fire offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator if he keeps his job? If we win the next 3 games?
Well, sometimes that's what happens, as you well know, or it sounds like you well know from making that statement, that many times there's a decision made that, okay, you're not, you need to make staff changes. You can stay, but you're going to make staff changes, even though typically the head coach has control of his own staff, that the athletic director can step in and say, we see good things with you. We think you're the right guy to get it done, but you've not done a good job of hiring.
Yeah,
right now at USC, Lincoln Riley isn't necessarily just being given carte blanche to hire his new defensive coordinator. He's sitting down, as we understand it, with the USC athletic director to go through defensive coordinator hires to make sure he doesn't screw that up.
Yeah, I know. I know Tom Allen did that in 2021 after that horrible 2-10 season. And I know he hired, I believe, the coordinators himself, which I think in that situation he probably would have stepped, with the athletic director, have a meeting with them, like, hey, I'm looking at adding this guy to my coaching staff, and this is his resume, this is his credentials, and this is what he's done the past 2 to 3 years. I think doing that might have been the best bet.
All right. Anything else, sir?
Nope, I think it's it, Mark.
Well, we appreciate you calling.
Thank you, Mark.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right. We talk all the Big Ten, not just the top of the Big Ten. So we tried to take a Purdue call. We got an Indiana call. We've got our next one coming in from Joe's on the line. Welcome to the Voice of College Football, Joe.
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. I just finished watching the Michigan podcast with Steve Dace and noticed you weren't on this episode. And just curious, was that just happenstance, or did he know you'd vehemently disagree with his passionate take on what's going on?
Well, understand that every time that I'm on, I don't know what he's talked about. So he records it in such a way that he's already recorded. I think he's already recorded the first portion of the show. I just pop on, and whatever he fires at me, I go with. So I don't know what the rest of the show's been about necessarily.
Okay, gotcha.
He told me, he let me know that he was going a different direction with the show this week, and I could take the week off.
Okay.
Well, I've not seen it to know. I had a thought that, well, considering everything that's going on, I'm sure that he has, he wants to take this on himself and run with it.
Yeah, I'm generally in line with how he's viewing things, but even for me, it was a little bit, the world is colluding against Michigan. But my actual question is, as an Ohio State fan, I'm actually here in Columbus myself. I'm a Michigan fan in enemy territory, but calling from Columbus, would you prefer, as an Ohio State fan, to face a Michigan team who still has Harbaugh at the helm, coming off 2 wins, fan base behind him, or would you rather face a Michigan team without Harbaugh at the helm, but might be motivated even more to not have their coach?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that there's going to be so much motivation. I would think that the motivation is through the roof number one, you've got a rivalry that regardless, I should say, of records, is arguably the greatest rivalry in sports. Then on top of that, you're playing for a championship. Number three, we have all this business going on with the allegations and the back and forth and the cheating. You guys are cheaters. No, we're not. We didn't need it. All that. You can only have so many incentives in play to be fueling the fire. That for me, I'm going to go with that it's a better situation for Ohio State, or it's a better situation for Michigan to have its head coach on the sideline and to be functioning as they normally do.
Okay. Yeah, I probably would agree with you. Last thing before I get off here, I really enjoy your program, by the way. So I'm running pretty quick,
it.
but
Thank you.
Is it just me, or does it seem like TreVeyon Henderson has not, and maybe it was because of injury or something like that. Maybe you could clarify. You follow Ohio State more closely than I do, but he doesn't seem like he's had that great of performances against Michigan when I've watched. So is that because of injury, or is it maybe Michigan's just shut him down in the past?
Well, he's had one performance against Michigan. So that was at the Big House 2 years ago. His final stats were fairly respectable, but deceiving. He had a fairly big run or two in the first half of that game. I want to say he went let's see, we can check my memory on this one. It's coming back to me. I think he went 17 carries for 72 yards in that game at Michigan. So that's just a shade over 4 yards per carry for a guy that was averaging close to 6. And he had, again, 2 big runs. The run that stands out to Ohio State fans and was huge in that game was coming out of halftime. If I remember correctly, it was either the first drive of the second half after Michigan scored and Ohio State had the ball for the first time, or maybe it was Ohio State coming out at halftime after being down by 7 or 8 points at halftime, that they ran a play on 3rd and 1, and he just got obliterated in the backfield. There was just no running room. And it was Ohio State trying to show that they could man up and beat Michigan in the trenches, and they just couldn't do it. And at that point in his career, he was not the guy to do it. So for as good as Ryan Day is at what he's doing, sometimes he tries to prove points that don't need to be made, or they are made by or attempted to be made by the wrong personnel. And so TreVeyon Henderson, even in that season in which he gained 1,300 yards and scored 16 or 17 touchdowns, was very much a finesse back. Now, the TreVeyon Henderson that I saw against Rutgers last week, and it's been building the entire season. It's not like he just showed up and was running the football different than he's ever run. But coming off this injury, and these guys have access to all these criticisms. So this might be him just being a stronger, more fully developed, mature, just human being physically 2 years later. But I also think maybe he's been fueled by the criticisms he has received about being soft. Is that, man, this game against Rutgers in particular, and again, it was also the Wisconsin game. It was the Notre Dame game where he took on 2 really good defenses and ran for 130, 140 yards in those games. But he was not just getting as much yardage as he could and stepping out of bounds as he could have many times in this game against Rutgers. He was delivering, crunching shoulders to safeties and linebackers that I have not seen out of him before. And with all of that, I got to say, Joe, I don't even remember what your original question was, but that's my spiel on TreVeyon Henderson, is that a lot of my criticisms of him, I have to peel back on, because not that I didn't think I was being fair in the moment, but he is turning out to be what he was expected and projected to be coming out of high school. And that's one of the best running backs in the nation. This may be an enormous boost to Ohio State's chances at Michigan, is TreVeyon Henderson being a true superstar running back that none of us necessarily saw happening 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Yeah. So are you confident that he can be the guy against Michigan?
If he's given sufficient running lanes, but he doesn't have to have the type of space that I thought he did before. And the offensive line is blocking better. That Rutgers front is really good. I'm not going to put them in Michigan's league, but it is really good. And Travion Henderson did not play against Penn State, so we'll never know to make that comparison. But Ohio State's chances are improved in my estimation because he's a top 5 to 10 running back in the nation the way he's playing.
Yeah. Hard to believe it's only less than 3 weeks away now. So nice speaking with you, Mark. You have a good night.
Thank you, Joe. Good to hear from somebody different there. We get a new caller coming in tonight. Joe, thank you for that. Let's get back to the phone lines here at the Voice of College Football. We've got Chris on the line. Chris, how you doing tonight?
I'm not too bad, Mark. How about yourself?
I am doing well. Appreciate the call. What's going on?
Not too much, man. Just want to say I'm a big fan, and I think Michigan is going to blow past Penn State like never before. I think we're going to make a huge statement to the world this weekend.
Well, I tend to believe you. I don't want to believe you because I'd like to see a really good game. And I think that, man, Penn State, I almost pulled the trigger on Penn State winning the Big Ten in the offseason.
Yeah.
Because the more I dug in on their defense, and I'm still impressed by the defense, but you can't win it with just defense. And I don't know if you heard what I said when we had the two guys on from Penn State and the Michigan sides, Tanner Wooten and Marty Leap. But one of the last things I said was, I do think Penn State's got the best defense in the Big Ten, but not by a lot, not by a lot at all.
Not by a large margin at all. I think defense is going to really get at them, man. I think Olu for Shanu from Penn State, the offensive lineman, is the key. But I think if we can get past him, we can get at Drew Aller. I feel like we coming at Ohio State too. I just want to make a big statement out there. I think that we are going to get past Penn State and Ohio State, and we're going to shock the world this year, just like the last couple of years.
Well, would it really shock the world though?
It wouldn't shock the world, but with this sign stealing thing going on, I just feel like we have a lot to prove, man. And I can't wait until we get past both of these opponents so everybody can shut up. Because, I mean, how big of a competitive advantage are you having with this sign stealing thing?
Yeah.
And I think, and go back to one of your other videos, I don't think Jim Harbaugh knew. I feel like his integrity is everything. And I feel like the man is being truthful. I just think Connor Stalions was just in it to win it. He was just one of those low-level staffers that was just in it to win it and just playing with the gray areas of the NCAA.
So I don't know if you're referring to the conversation we had. I think this was just a day ago.
Yep.
And it kind of hit me that, I'm not going to vouch for Jim Harbaugh or anybody I don't know, but based on everything we've seen out of this guy, throughout his entire career, this guy has been in the spotlight since he stepped on the field at Michigan as the starting quarterback in 1984.
Holy crap.
And he's been the starting quarterback in Michigan, then for NFL teams, had a long career in the NFL, was a better quarterback than people remember as an NFL quarterback. Bears and Colts, most notably. And then he, pretty soon after that, he's in the coaching ranks and Stanford, San Francisco 49ers, then this 9 years at Michigan. All of this time, there's never been any mark against him as being not above board and doing the right thing. I know people can talk about all sorts of things that they don't like about him.
Yes, absolutely. Look at his track record.
And this last investigation that's going on with the NCAA right now that they still haven't pulled together.
Yeah, it's a joke.
If he technically broke some rules, slap him on the wrist. But it's not a big deal, and it's not malicious cheating or anything horrible. It's just a bunch of petty rules that got broken.
I believe it's like a level 2 violation or something like that. Yeah. So I'm not too concerned.
No.
But I think we're gonna, get past the. I truly believe in Jim Harbaugh, and I think he's relishing these next few weeks to also prove to the world the same thing is what I'm saying. Michigan is the top dog, and we're coming to Georgia too. We're coming this year. I know it's a big statement right now, but we're coming, man. We're coming.
Well, you are the one team in America that has looked the part every week the entire season. They haven't. I do think that Michigan and Georgia are the most complete teams in America.
Yeah.
I don't see any weaknesses, but Georgia hasn't always played that way. South Carolina, Auburn being the two best examples. Now, this Missouri team that they played last weekend, I think, is a pretty good football team, a top 25 team.
Absolutely.
But Michigan is just man, it's been boring. I got to say that. I don't watch Michigan games from start to finish.
We've took care of business against each of our opponents. Unlike Ohio State, they don't look too good in games. Games that they're supposed to win, they don't look too good. So we've taken care of business against each of our opponents. Can't say the same for Ohio State, but they look like a good team. But I don't think they are on Michigan's level this year. I really don't feel like it.
I totally get your take on that. I totally get it. I would say Ohio State is obviously lined up against some better teams.
I agree with that as well. But I don't think Kyle McCord is ready for what Michigan is bringing to the table this year.
Well, if he doesn't improve, he's not. No, he needs to play better. He needs to have better pocket awareness. He needs to be more confident and deliver the ball with a lot more conviction. He gets hesitant and doesn't see certain things. And his mistake's not necessarily that he doesn't see something and therefore he throws it into coverage because he missed someone. His is he misses open guys and misses anticipating the throw.
I believe that Jesse Minter is going to have a brilliant game plan for Kyle McCord. With him being a rookie quarterback, I think he's going to have a brilliant game plan.
Well, he should also work on a game plan for Marvin Harrison Jr.
True story. If we can shut him down, it'll make Ohio State one-dimensional, and it's going to just fall on Travion Henderson's back. And I believe that we have some run stoppers on Michigan defense on the defensive line, so I'm confident. I can't wait, man.
Well, it's one of those games we wait for all year, so it's coming.
But I'm going to let you go, Mark. It's been a pleasure talking to you, man. I'm going to let the other callers get a chance, and go blue. And good luck with the rest of the season to everyone that's watching.
Appreciate that, Chris. Have a good night.
You too.
Back-to-back new callers. Love it. Love it. This is our Big Ten show that we provide for you each and every Monday night, 6 o'clock Eastern time, and we go for 4 hours. I don't go for 4 hours. We got John D'Adamo standing by to take us home, of course, and one programming note tonight that if you are accustomed to joining us on our USC show on Monday night, that has been moved to Tuesday night just this week to accommodate some scheduling. So we will do our USC show, and of course, they've got a huge game against Oregon, and despite all the issues with USC, they lost another game. They've lost 3 games. But remember, only 2 of those in conference. Oregon has 1 loss in conference. Therefore, USC is still playing for a Pac-12 championship game berth, despite all the problems, despite firing a defensive coordinator. If they beat Oregon on Saturday, and I know no one's expecting it, but stranger things have happened, and they're certainly talented enough to do it, they will then tie Oregon for that second seed in the Pac-12, and of course have the head-to-head advantage over the Ducks. So USC still playing for a whole bunch, and our USC show is on Tuesday night this week at 10 o'clock Eastern time. And again, keep in mind, we are just 3 regular season games and then a postseason away from this Big Ten show. We will start talking about USC, UCLA, Washington, Oregon. They will be part of the mix and part of the discussion about recruiting, transfer portal, coaches being fired. You know what's going to happen the day after this regular season's over. That Sunday, we are 3 weeks away, of course, of talking all sorts of ramifications of who won the game and the Big Ten championship games this week. But we will also be talking here 3 weeks from right now about coaching changes because there's typically right in that 8 to 10 range nationally, 8 to 10 coaches, see ya. And about 6 or 7 of them, oh, we knew it. Their days were numbered. But there's always 1 or 2 that are like, wow, really? He got axed. Really? Did that happen? And then think about it. Because of it sounds like, okay, just 8 or 9 coaches get fired. Okay, we can expect that. No, all the dominoes then move. And you just have this cascade of, well, then said coach leaves that job and goes to that job. Well, that provides and frees up a job, and then you've got to deal with that opening, and then this coordinator left, and so this team needs a coordinator, and it just turns into, I guess, if we would go through the whole chain, like 30 or 40 jobs that are different in college football from a head coach and coordinator standpoint going into the next season. So that all starts just 3 weeks from today or yesterday. Usually on Sunday, we get hit with all of those coaching changes. All right. We will take our next caller here at the Voice of College Football. We've got the big guy checking in once again. You got anything for me? You waiting around for John? Okay, we'll let Michigan Man go. He can jump on with John here at 8 o'clock. Amazon link, folks, is in the description section of all the videos. So here's the deal. Try this one time. Grab the Amazon link. It's in the description section of the videos. And use it. And see if it's not exactly the way you shop on Amazon now. If it's not exactly the same shopping experience, just give it a try. Let me know if it's not. And then just take that link forward. Always use it. Put it somewhere where you will be like, okay, I'm shopping on Amazon. Use that link, and doesn't cost you 1 penny. So this is your way of contributing to the Voice of College Football without spending 1 penny. And buy whatever you want on Amazon. Use the link in the description section, and you help build the channel. And again, if you do have that experience for some reason it's different than you typically experience, I want to know about it. Let us know. But otherwise, same shopping experience. Let's take a quick run through the Big Ten schedule before John jumps on here. And we are looking at oh, yeah, that's right. It's that Michigan-Penn State game. Is anyone going to watch that one? Happy Valley, noon Eastern. Gus Johnson, Joel Klatt, the whole deal. Big noon. Yeah, there it is. Michigan-Penn State. Of course, Penn State possibly had a get-right game against Maryland where they got their offense together. Drew Aller looked good. 246 through the air, 4 touchdowns. So Penn State, hopefully, just for us that want to see a good football game, is prepared for this one because it could be a really, really amazing game, or it could, I would not be shocked if we're in that 30-14 range. Like, okay, it was somewhat competitive. Penn State was somewhat in range, but Michigan really showed pretty much from the first quarter on that they're just too good, too strong, too physical, too together. Indiana, Illinois. Again, if you want to see remarkable 3 plays, go back to the weekend. And when Josh Paddock, the 6th year, and I believe I'm getting his first name right, it's either John or Josh Paddock, the backup quarterback at Illinois, Luke Allmeyer took a shot late in that ball game that set up a 4th and 11. So Paddock's coming in completely cold, 4th and 11, got to complete a pass, and drills just a beautiful route like an 18-yard bullet to Isaiah Williams to keep the drive alive. 2 plays later, he's throwing a 46-yard bomb for a touchdown, perfectly on stride to Isaiah Williams. And that's a huge loss for Minnesota. They would have been tied for first place with 3 weeks left for first place in the Big Ten West and had the head-to-head over Iowa, but instead they lose to Illinois. So both of these teams coming off a real unexpected feel-good win. Indiana beats Wisconsin for one of the few times ever. They, the series record is just abysmal against Wisconsin. So Indiana, Illinois, hey, little feel-good game there. Maryland and Nebraska. Nebraska lost a huge game against Michigan State. That puts them down in the Big Ten West standings. I'm intrigued by this Rutgers-Iowa matchup because I just believe that the winner of this game can lay claim to fourth best team in the Big Ten. And it might be Rutgers. That's going to be a defensive showdown. There's no doubt about that. I don't know what the over-under is, but it probably, like Iowa Northwestern, can't be low enough. Minnesota, Purdue, Minnesota playing catch-up now. A game back in the Big Ten West, Northwestern, Wisconsin. Wisconsin just trying to limp home, I guess, at this point, now that they've lost to IU. 5-4 for the Badgers. And Michigan State at Ohio State, the Buckeyes. I've not checked the point spread on that, but it's going to be rather massive at home, as the Buckeyes are at home the final 2 weeks before the game at the Big House. Ohio State takes on Sparty and the Gophers of Minnesota the next 2 weeks. All right. John, you let me know when you're ready. You possibly already have.
I'm
There we
here.
go. How you doing tonight?
I'm good. The story just keeps coming. We even had to do a special episode of Michigan Wolverines Live today.
I thought that it was necessary concerning the allegations, but also, of course, Penn State week. So why not?
Absolutely. Yes. Michigan's playing a real team, so everybody can, back, even though now Rutgers is going bowling. They're 6-3. They're not bad.
No, they're not
They're
a bad
not ranked
football
yet,
team at all.
but
They really
may
aren't.
end up either ranked or almost. They might be in like that 26, 27, depending on how it ends.
Yep. We've got a contribution here from Awesome Lawson Clips. Channel support. Thank you so much for that, Awesome Lawson. Thank you for that. And for everyone that's been listening to me sniffle and snort for 2 hours, they're probably looking forward to listening to John and his velvety tones now.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's right on my LinkedIn, velvety tones right there. Get yourself some hydration. You got the USC show later, so
that's on Tuesday this week. So we'll be doing USC Live on Tuesday. So there was a programming change. I noted that just a few minutes ago before you came on.
I missed that.
Yeah, that's going to be it this week, Tuesday, everyone, for the USC Live show at 10 Eastern.
Okay. So
John, have a great show.
People that. All right.
Yes. Good to see you.
Mark. All right, folks. We are going to the 8 o'clock hour of the Big Ten Live show here at the Voice of College Football. It's the Ocho. Thanks, everybody, for stopping by. My name is John Diadamo, and I'm going to be your host for the next 2 hours or so here at the Voice of College Football. And we've already got our panelists coming in. So before we do that, there's me if you want to follow at John Diadamo. We've got, I'm going to remind everybody to please go ahead and hit the like button. It only takes a second. Boom. So like, subscribe, hit the bell. Like, subscribe, hit the bell. If you do that and everybody brings people in, we're going to double or even triple the amount of people that are going to be in here. So we've got a lot to talk about. I'm going to start bringing on our all-star panel here in a second, but I actually wanted to begin with a recruiting story. Yes, not going to start with Signgate. We've been talking about that for most of the last 2 hours. Let's break it up a little bit. So 5-star quarterback and the top recruit in 2025, Bryce Underwood, is now down to 7 schools. So this is the top recruit, and he is down to Alabama, Penn State, Colorado, LSU, Michigan, Oregon, and Florida State. And from what we're hearing, Michigan and LSU are the top 2 schools. This is relevant to the Big Ten, obviously, because Michigan's one of the top 2. Also, Penn State and Oregon are in the mix as well. And for, obviously, if he stays home, then that would, he could go to Michigan, or he could take whatever the package is that LSU's offering. So we've got Connor Stalions binoculars is, I'm assuming, Moose. So I'm going to go ahead and bring him in because I believe he was at Bryce Underwood's game. So I'm going to bring him in first. Connor Stalions binoculars. How we doing?
What's up? What's up? Hey, is there any Ohio State games that I can spy on tonight?
No? They're coming. They're definitely there. So you got your binoculars ready, and
oh yeah, I'm always ready now. Because that's what we do. That's what we do in Michigan. We cheat to win. You know that.
You know that, and listen. I brought you up first because you were at the Belleville game. So what did you see from? So we just heard that Bryce Underwood's down to his top 7, and that includes Michigan and LSU. It sounds like are the top 2 from what we're hearing. What did you say? He was going up against CJ Carr, right?
Yeah, it was Belleville. It was Belleville versus Saline in the district championship, and yeah, CJ Carr, the Notre Dame commit, was his opponent, and Underwood is on Belleville, who's back-to-back state champions, I might add, going for their 3rd. Yeah, it was just total domination, John. I watched it pretty good. I'll tell you what, I know that you've seen tape on Bryce Underwood before, but man, I gotta tell you, in person, he looks so much better in person, dude. Oh my God, he's just so talented. The way he operates the offense for being a high school kid. Oh my God, this guy is gonna be really, really good. I'm telling you.
And from all the reports we've heard, and then we'll bring on our other panelists that are calling in as well. But it sounds like Michigan and LSU are kind of battling, and we heard some rumblings about Colorado, but I think that's on the back burner now. So where do you think he's leaning? I mean, you think he's going to stay home?
Just, I mean, after the game, I noticed he was talking to some reporters and stuff, but I didn't really want to bother him or nothing. I didn't want to get close, but just from the vibes that I've gotten out from the last few months, and I know he has been to LSU like 4 or 5 times already, but he's been to Michigan like probably 2 or 3 times that. So I'm not trying to sound biased, but I really do think that Michigan has the best shot at landing him, just from the vibes that I got from him, just from everything I've been hearing. The Sam Webb interview, just how, like I said, when he was talking about Michigan and the coaching staff, the way he smiled and lit up like that, man, I don't know. It'd be hard for me to say that he's not going to Michigan. He could choose somewhere else. I mean, he could choose LSU, but from everything I've got, all the information, I think he's going to go into Michigan. I really do.
Well, and LSU, I know we have a few LSU fans that come in the chat sometimes. So if you guys want to push back and you're saying he might go to LSU, feel free to do so. I'm going to go ahead and bring on our all-star panel here. We've got Jackson Johnson with the Shades, host of the Jacksonian. I think you should make these a permanent thing. I know it's because of the eye. You need them for a couple days, but I feel like this could be your new character here.
Well, I'm thinking about it, but I'm still. I won't be wearing the shades on Wednesday for sure. I'm just kind of embarrassed how my eyes are looking at the moment. They're a little tight, so from the allergic reaction.
Jackson's going Corey Hart on us, man. He wears the sunglasses at night.
Absolutely. And we also have resident Buckeye and regular panelist on the Big Ten Live, the Ocho. We got Sean Garner in the house. Sean, great to see you back here.
Always a pleasure, guys.
Likewise. And we've got like one more slot. If I have the link up here, if somebody else wants to come in, especially a Big Ten school or a future Big Ten school, feel free. But we talk a little bit about Bryce Underwood. I'm assuming, do you guys have any comments on that, or I'm going to move on to Signgate?
Well, Bryce Underwood, Michigan should have a in the inside track there. Belleville's like 30 minutes from Ann Arbor, right? I mean, it's like halfway between Ann Arbor and Detroit. I'm sure the coaches didn't have to go far to scout this last game. I don't know. I mean, I've seen some. I mean, he's got a lot of tools. I mean, I've seen just very little of him, but that's the one thing you can tell right away is
that's an understatement.
Real athletic, real big arm.
I watched him play in person. I'm telling you, that dude's going to be a star. He's that good.
That's why he's number one in the class, right?
I mean, but I will say, this investigation could play a role. That's the thing I'm worried about. Getting Bryce is this investigation that's going on.
It's very.
I hope that doesn't affect anything, but I'm hoping for the best. But you never know with these things. So
I mean, it's likely at least going to play a little role in recruiting in general, right? I mean, this can't have no impact. I mean, it's going to have to.
And we do have one more Big Ten rep here. We got Purdue fan Michael Hogue in the house.
Hoagie.
We got Hogue.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up,
Michael?
man?
Not much, Jackson. I hope you're getting better. And, like I said, Jason and John, congrats on the win the other night. And how surprised if the defense could have played offense, do you think it might have been a little bit closer, or do you think it would have been the same result?
What, for the Michigan-Purdue?
Yeah.
I mean, your defense looked really good. And we'll get to that one down in the line here.
Yeah.
We're just covering Bryce. Yeah. So do you have any thoughts on our topic right now is on Bryce Underwood?
Okay.
Number one recruit. Any thoughts on that? Otherwise, we're going to move on to Signgate.
Okay, good, because that's why I'm on. First of all,
okay. Well, hold on.
No, John, okay. Hang on. I think he'll go to Michigan, but when do you think he'll announce his decision?
Underwood.
Yeah.
Good question.
January 9th, he's making a decision. Yeah, January 9th.
Jason knows.
He's a junior though, right? He's not going to be on campus next year.
No, he's 2025.
But can he declare early though?
You can declare whenever you want.
I'm not sure.
No,
There's nothing. There's no. You can't sign until December before you graduate.
Okay, because I thought he could reclass until like the next, but I didn't know if he was a junior or senior. But my main thing is I can't stay long because I gotta get to work here in a little bit.
He's a junior.
Thanks for coming on.
No. Let me hear me. This is why I'm on right now. It's because it has to do with Signgate, and I'm really getting ticked off about it. First of all, Sean, you're an Ohio State fan, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you got a reasonable mind and stuff like that, I would think.
It's up for other people to judge, but I try.
My thing is, and I understand and stuff like that, but why is it the biggest majority of Ohio State fans are saying Michigan is guilty before the results came out? And are they willing to eat the egg, clean the egg off their face if Michigan gets cleared on this?
Okay.
Because they don't wanna play
Well, one
Michigan,
that's part of being a fan. There's been a horde of unreasonable takes. Most
They
of
don't
what
wanna
I've heard
play
people
Michigan,
talk
that's
about
what it is.
have been completely off the walls and really dumb. Because
Oh,
people
no,
are
there's
people
someone
are passionate and are not using their head and not using their eyes to actually look at what's.
And I know, and
Yes,
there's
in
some
front
on
of
the stream right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Of course, there are some idiot Buckeye fans who are clamoring for the death penalty when I mean we don't have all the information in this
No.
investigation.
And there's
No, I
some
mean
in the
it's
streams right now, no.
yeah.
And
Yeah, but
my thing is though, I'm a Purdue fan, and even if this was IU, and yes, I bet even though I did go to IU and stuff like that, my degree's from there. My thing is this though. I'm one of the people that's an open mind. Let the things go out. Then if it happens, I'm gonna have fun all day with my alma mater. I'm going to have a field day with them. But let this stuff come out, and I'm sure there's gonna be vice versa like that. But when are people going to quit clouding their judgment and stuff like that? That's my beef. And I am literally in beef with two people on the stream right now. And you guys can pretty much guess on who they are.
Mike, if you ever want to just deal with only reasonable people, don't follow sports or politics.
Oh no, I got
because
my life.
like everything is just partisan. Like
Sean,
that's
you're
all it's
one,
gonna be.
you're one of the respectable Ohio State fans I can follow. Even though there's times I think I want to ring it, and vice versa with Purdue, and I'm sure you're the same way. But you are one of the few that I can respect and follow because you are logical. The ones in the stream that are in the stream, not so much, except for people they know who they are. Anyway, I gotta get to work, but I'm gonna listen to the rest of the show though. Thanks for letting me beef. See you guys.
Thanks,
Mike.
Yep, butter up.
Yeah. So, as I was gonna lay out here, because some people may not be like furiously checking Twitter, X every 5 minutes for the latest news on what's going on. So just to lay out a little bit on the latest since we last gathered for Big Ten Live and Michigan Wolverines Live. So last week, so the Big Ten coaches and ADs have kind of, obviously Michigan was not on this part of the call, but they asked for action to be taken of some variety. We kind of have heard different things like they wanted Harbaugh suspended for the rest of the season. Some type of action. Basically, they said, you guys, you need to do something. Then Tony Petitti goes to the president of Michigan, Santa Ono, on Friday. And before they met, there was actually an email that Santa Ono emailed, and it did become public, essentially saying, let due process play out, let the NCAA investigation play out, or start your own investigation so that Michigan can, put out all their stuff and answer in a formal investigation. So that's what Santa Ono asked for. He didn't say, don't punish us. He just said, feel free to open up your own investigation and then let us respond.
The Big Ten doesn't have an investigative arm, though. They don't really have. I mean, they would have to outsource this to like some other firm if they were going to. They don't. I mean, like, this is uncharted territory for the Big Ten. This is usually a hands-on scenario.
And Ono said if the Big Ten Commission does try to suspend Jim, like without proof or anything, with nothing proven, they're definitely going to take legal action. So they're just sitting back and waiting at this point.
So the commissioner under 10.3.1 of the Big Ten does have the discretion to pursue an investigation as to whether offensive action has occurred. But as you're saying, they probably don't have the personnel to do it in-house. They'd probably have to outsource it or, allocate special budget to do that. Mm-hmm. But they do have the commissioner does have the discretion to open up an investigation, let Michigan know that they're doing it. And by the way, I'm totally down for that. If you want to do that and you want to join maybe you want to do a combined investigation with the NCAA, maybe you do a separate one, because they're under the sportsmanship policy. It does look like Michigan probably violated that in terms of because it's a lot more like it's a lot more open-ended than the NCAA bylaw, which was written in 1994. So I actually could see, if the Big Ten were to investigate, that they probably would see that, okay, Michigan did violate the aspect of taping and things like that, because it's not, like I said, it's not as the NCAA one was written at a time before iPhones. And so they basically are like, oh yeah, if you're an in-person, you can't in-person scout if you're a staffer, basically. But the Big Ten one is kind of, I'd say we Connor Stalions probably violated that. However, it just came out that, and this is Associated Press, which was then reposted by a lot of other sources, that essentially there was a spreadsheet and Big Ten staff, like other schools, other Big Ten staffers were coordinating with this guy. And he was putting together a master spreadsheet of Michigan signals, Michigan signs, which would also violate the same thing that Michigan violated. So,
pretty much.
Looks like to me it's a projection on the confession.
Yeah, John, they're saying Michigan out from like close sources. They're saying Michigan has evidence that Purdue and Illinois was still in Michigan's signals and signs or whatever their plays and practices.
Ryan Walters
during
Ryan
21
Walters
and
apparently
22.
had.
So this
And they're
spreadsheet.
saying Ohio State in 2018 and 2019 was doing the same thing too. So I guess we'll find out soon enough.
So I mean, what is it that every single other coach in the Big Ten is just bloodthirsty for Michigan in this? Because apparently in that call, every single other coach in the league is just livid about what Michigan was doing here. I mean, what's the difference? I actually haven't heard like some guy with a spreadsheet here. I mean, I think I saw something on Twitter just in passing like an hour ago or so about it. So somebody was on only Michigan. Is this what they're saying? Like he put down a spreadsheet of only Michigan games?
Apparently, several coaches were involved in it. Like they were giving information to each other on how to beat Michigan. Apparently.
Okay, but like that could be totally different if they're exchanging notes and information on games that they're getting in real time. That's clearly legal. I mean, there's no doubt.
If they're videotaping practices, that's not legal.
Okay, I haven't heard that any allegation to that effect.
I've heard that. I've been hearing that.
Okay, I don't know. I don't like videotaping practices. Definitely not legal.
I've been hearing from sources. I don't know.
But what I've heard is a really false equivocation that this sign sharing collaborative they had is equivalent to what Stalions is being accused of, and that it's getting the same age. It's not. Having videotaped in person, designated to just view and videotape a sidelines for the whole game, and you have that tape to do with it, that's way more valuable, immensely more valuable than just having some notes that people are getting in a 3-hour game. It's not.
We'll find out.
There's a reason why one's legal and one's not.
Because Michigan apparently has quite a bunch of documents.
We don't know if it's photo or video yet. The AP is not clear on what's in the spreadsheet.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I know nothing about this. I mean, I've just read
we'll find out. But apparently, Michigan has quite a few documents on some things. So I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But John, I will say this, John. Do you think the same thing would happen if it was Illinois or Indiana that supposedly stole, signed, and cheated? Do you think they would be? Do you think it would be this big?
Did you say Sean
I
or
don't
John?
think it would be. John.
Okay.
I don't think it would be this. I don't think it would be this big of a deal if it was Indiana.
I don't think
or
it would be
Illinois
as
doing
big of a news story. I don't think that
Yeah.
ESPN and the Pete Thamel and the various
Exactly.
media people that have been dripping these stories every day, I don't think if it was Indiana that they would
Because
be
it's
doing
Michigan,
it to that
that's why.
same
Yep.
frequency.
Because
Because Michigan gets clicks.
Yeah, it would have been blown
If
out.
it was
It wouldn't
Ohio
have
State,
blown
though,
out
it would be the
before
exact
Peninsula.
same story, right? If it was Ohio
Sure.
State, it would be the exact same.
Yes.
Right?
I would agree with that.
So, I mean, no, I mean, like, but I do think if it was Indiana, Purdue, Northwestern, if they were caught doing this, I think the NCAA and the Big Ten wouldn't look too kindly upon it either.
No, that was going to be the second part of my point.
Yeah.
No.
That the media
Yeah, I wouldn't
would
say
most likely not cover it that much, but the NCAA and the Big Ten would still
They
absolutely
would've got-
look at it.
I think they would have got a slap on the wrist because they're not the money makers of the Big Ten, so it's probably not a big deal to them.
Wait. Why would the moneymakers get punished more?
Because you're in the bigger scope. You're being watched more because you're the big dogs. You know what I mean? Like that's what I think.
Yeah. I mean, like
That's
I
why
think the punishments are probably going to.
I don't think Michigan will be punished too badly, but just because I think because if you think it was because if it was reversed, like if it was Ohio State, because what is it mainly, John? What is it about in the conferences? What is it about mostly? It's about making money, isn't it?
So I will say this: the commissioner is very limited on what he can do without the approval of all the presidents. So
Right.
so basically, the most he can do under the sportsmanship PDF that I have here from it's the 2022-23 edition. So essentially, under 10.331, all that he can do is issue an admonishment, a reprimand, a fine that doesn't exceed $10,000, and suspensions from no more than 2 contests. So I would argue that in that he might look at the same type of punishment for Indiana or another one. But I would say the NCAA that's a whole nother story. But the Big Ten, because of how limited the commissioner is, I'd say it would be a very similar punishment.
And I don't think the Big Ten wants to open itself up to possibly severe legal action here. Like if they dole out a capricious, excessive punishment before there's any real due process here, and that Harbaugh goes on, they lose to Ohio State, say he's suspended for that game. I mean, there's possibly huge damages they can sue for in that situation. I mean, like there's this. What?
And that was going to be my next banner here, that the Big Ten has handed Michigan the official notice of potential disciplinary action, does not specify what that disciplinary action is, but just their allegations. Michigan has 48 hours to respond, and there is talk, Sean, you mentioned legal action. There is talk of filing an injunction or a TRO to essentially in court set at a potentially a Washtenaw court nullify the in-season suspension.
That would likely. I mean, that's likely going to hold up. I would think the TRO. I mean, like unless they've got Michigan like buried, dead to rights. We don't know. We don't know. Then I mean, like it's likely that this TRO.
No,
almost any judge would grant them that.
Michigan already said they're ready to go to war over Harbaugh. They're going to do anything they can.
I think almost any school would be in this situation, especially if you're right on the cusp of the playoffs.
They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that
before.
They wouldn't do that for a coach that they aren't certain that they don't believe. If they didn't believe him, they wouldn't be putting all this effort into it.
I don't. I think that's a massive jump to say like they 100%.
I know.
I mean, like you're not going to let the team. You're not going to let the school run over your team. You're in the middle of a historic season.
Schlissel would have probably just.
Let me ask you, John.
Mark Schlissel would have probably said, Cole will take the suspension. I believe that.
Unless you're a lawyer, if you truly believe somebody is guilty, what would you support somebody that you think's guilty?
You're legally obligated to if you're a lawyer.
I wouldn't.
Well,
I wouldn't support someone that knows guilty.
Right, and Michigan has the ability, like, so Petitti asked Sanaono to suspend Harbaugh himself, so that Petitti and the Big Ten didn't need to do it. So in the event that there was definitive proof that Harbaugh knew that he directed the sign stealing, then I could see a world in which he would agree to what Petitti was asking. Based on what we've heard from the various insider sources in Michigan, whether it's Chris Ballas, whether it's Isaiah Hull, who's been on the show, or others, what we've heard is that there's no evidence that Harbaugh knew.
Zero. There's zero evidence.
And you can you say, well, I'm pretty sure he had an inkling. Like, that's
well, you
not
need evidence. You need evidence, especially if you're going to act this quickly. I mean,
you can say what you want,
I do think,
but if you don't have evidence, then you have nothing. You don't have anything.
I mean, like my off the cuff theory is Harbaugh will maybe be able to John Gotti his way through this, and I mean, I didn't know anything that we were doing for 50 years, and then but I mean, I don't know for sure. I could imagine him just not knowing, not wanting to know. But if you're going to nail him, especially at this point in the season, you've got to have a rock solid case. I mean, it's got to be airtight. And I mean, I think they're going to get. I don't think Harbaugh is going to. I don't think he's going to evade long-term punishment for this at all. I think he's eventually going to get nailed because you have to know when stuff like this is going on.
Michigan's going to get punished.
They're going to get hit. And Harbaugh is going to get some sort of additional punishment.
I don't think it's going to be as bad as
it's inevitable. You can't do it now. You just can't.
No, it'll be in a year or two, and the NCAA will hand out
I can already tell you.
a fine.
I think it's going to be really bad. I think.
I don't think it's going to be, John. I don't think it's going to be bad as everybody says it's going to be. I'm telling you.
I say it'll be a fine. I think it'll be a fine. It'll be It'll be suspensions, staff suspensions, and scholarships taken away. That's what I think. I don't think any wins are getting vacated. I don't think any.
I don't either. I think that's the minimum too that they're going to get.
Postseason ban. I just don't see it. But even if they do that, that's probably not going to be for a year, 2 years. So Michigan's going to have their opportunity to play for the Natty this year.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of all people are asking for is leave no doubt. The sign, now everybody knows about the sign thing. You should be changing your signals every week, and some do, or you do what Matt Rule does, and what Matt basically put it on the wristband. Have a huddle. Have a check with me.
Are they even allowed to have wristbands in college? There. Okay.
Yeah. It's the radio comms that they're not able to have.
Well, John, the haters keep saying Michigan can't win without cheating. Yet the two teams they just played know about it, and they've had time to change their plays up. And guess what happened? Michigan outscored them 90-13 in both games. So you can't make the cheating excuse up anymore. Everybody knows about it now.
So, John, what I have pulled up is a tweet from a few days back on the thing here from Clay Travis, and it's about his take on the Michigan thing. And he says, and this is what it says: conspiracy theory. The reason ESPN is going after Michigan so aggressively is because ESPN no longer has any Big Ten rights, and they want to undercut Big Ten's brand at value as a result. You buy it? I don't think they do this if they have Big Ten games. Debate, discuss. Thoughts took away the entire Big Ten and the 4 biggest brands on the West Coast. ESPN is furious about that. Definitely interesting that the non-air hit seems to have been ordered on Michigan football.
I could flip that. I could flip that on its head, and Joel Klatt, Colin Cowherd, like everybody at Fox has been kind of carrying water for Michigan through this whole thing. The media thing isn't interesting to me.
Of course they are, because they have rights to the Big Ten. Of course they are. They're gonna side with Michigan, just like ESPN is siding with everybody else because they don't have rights to Michigan and the Big. That's exactly what this is.
Yeah, but in the end, it's not going to matter. Like the facts that get laid out, what the NCAA decides are what's going to. ESPN's not going to drive the NCAA into a decision.
ESPN is butthurt because they're not making any money off the Big Ten. They don't have a deal with the Big, so they're trying to get in on us too.
It is not just ESPN pushing this story against Michigan. It's not. If ESPN wasn't around,
it played a big factor into it. That's why they're talking.
There was
about
clearly an internal memo when Stephen A. Smith and everybody that day was going after Michigan. However, I agree with you. Yes, this has been more than just ESPN.
This is not a media.
Nicole Auerbach has been doing a lot of reporting on this at The Athletic, formerly of the Michigan Daily, by the way. Yeah.
Dennis and Feinbaum both hate Michigan. They're ESPN analysts.
True. I mean, pretty true.
But Feinbaum initially was sticking up for Michigan.
Yeah,
right.
He was saying
the story was breaking.
And then ESPN told me, "An idiot. Why did you do that? Now you need to change it up." And they made him like publicly say, "Oh, I wish I would have never stuck up for Michigan and blah 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 and all this." Yeah, that's exactly what it was. ESPN was like, "No, you either you go up there and you lie, or you're done. Your job is done." And he had to go basically apologize for it.
So
that might be true, but it's. I mean, you don't know. I mean, it could just be he saw more information come out, saw like receipts of Stallions, that he was at 35, had tickets to 35 games, and now he's on the sidelines at a Michigan State game with Get Smart glasses on. It's just, I mean, like there was like for about a week there, almost everything about the story that came out was just bad for Michigan. It was just a little bit of negative on top of a little bit more on top of a little bit more. Well, it's a little more balanced now. The information that's coming.
after I watched the CMU tape, it does look like Connor Stallions on the sideline now that I've seen both pictures. But my thing is, John, how the hell did Connor Stallions get access to the CMU sideline? That's what I want to know.
It's a huge question.
We're talking about he was on the side. How did he? First, the biggest thing here should be how the hell did he get on the sideline? For one,
was he temporarily working for CMU?
That's why I don't know.
And if that's the case, couldn't that be a conflict if he's also working under contract for Michigan? Like,
you know what that tells me, John? It's more than just a Michigan problem. I bet he was working for several schools.
It's like I wonder if they gave him Connor Stallions access. I don't know. Does Central play Bowling Green this year? Do they play any crossovers, or is it possible that that there was some collaborative exercise here?
Well, they did note so the NCAA did. There was a note about, and Stephen is talking about it below, that CMU is being investigated. And they're working to see, was Connor Stallions on the sideline, and did he have a camera in his glasses? Because if he did, that is against NCAA bylaws.
I mean, him being on their own side, on the other team's sidelines isn't against the bylaws. I mean, like that has to be.
If he's not recording.
He's a staffer at a future opponent's game. Isn't that already
like? It did look like he had a camera on his glasses. I can't even lie about that. From the picture that I see, it looked like it. What do you think, John?
That I think that's where they're gonna get Michigan. because I don't think there's enough evidence for Section 11. I think there's a very fair reading of 11 where it's staffers only. Where if you hire somebody part time, here's some money. I'm going to Venmo you. Go to this game. I've got StubHub tickets. If that person isn't a full-time staffer, there's a reading of the bylaws that basically says that it's not against the bylaws to do that. They have to be a full-time staffer, but that's where him being at the CMU game is problematic, because that's where I think they'll ding Michigan.
There's also some video from, I mean, it wasn't nearly as strong or of evidence, but that he might have been on Western sidelines the year before, the first night of the year against MSU. There was a guy.
I heard something about that.
A little like
there
him
hasn't
there.
been anything to come out from that. I heard something about that, but I haven't heard anything yet.
No, and Jim McElwain, like the whole killer of Central could have debunked this in a heartbeat. If it was, oh no, that's just a quality control coach who looks just like Connor.
Yeah, no, he called him the sign stealer guy.
And McElwain basically said it was him at a kind of inartful, kind of hard to determine what he was trying to say. But
I think
really no one knows who
to
this
save
guy
his
is.
own butt.
They don't.
McElwain's trying to save his own ass.
Here's my thing. I understand that there is lack of institutional control written in the bylaws, and because of that, they're going to ding Harbaugh in some way, shape, or form. But I do think they're going to, when they figure out the final punishment, they're going to take into account that this guy was probably a crazy person, who wrote a 600-page manifesto and went to a CMU sideline in disguise with maybe camera glasses and put that together. And basically, yes, was that lack of institutional control? 100%. Are they going to ding Michigan? I think it's very likely Michigan gets fined. Michigan gets there are suspensions. There's scholarships taken away. I absolutely think that'll happen. But it'll be 2 years before that happens. And so I do think you need to let it play out. You need to let all the evidence play out. And so I think Michigan will challenge anything that isn't like a $10K fine. Like, I think they'd probably accept a $10K fine.
The fact that he wrote a 600 pages manifesto?
Yeah. 550 or 600,
That could be a sign right there that he's probably not. He's probably missing a few cards out of the deck. I mean,
yeah, he's dedicated. I'll give him that. He showed dedication.
I just want to know: has there ever been a story that ever included the word manifesto that ended well?
Innuendo.
Not really.
No.
We do have three. We have 3 super chats. Mike, remember, kids, it's illegal to burn and sell discs. It's also illegal to hand out signals to South Carolina. The FBI will come knocking.
There are so many things to investigate on this. It's nuts. I mean, there's so many angles to this story.
Mike, thanks for the contribution. I'm sure there's a reference there that I'm not picking up. Stephen Light, $4.99. Guys, it is never going to get to an in-season suspension. Petiti is too smart for that. He was hoping Ono would help. He did not. Thank you for being the non-Michigan voice of, and Sean has been too, actually. But to be the non-Michigan, Big Ten voice of reason, saying, yeah, they're not going to throw the book at Harbaugh because they don't want a lawsuit. I don't think they want. I mean, Petiti is a lawyer and he's a former media executive, and he knows he's going to lose if he does.
They
this.
don't want a lawsuit. He's right. They don't want a lawsuit.
See, I don't know if it's necessarily guaranteed that he would lose, but it's a massive risk to run. I mean, it's just,
No, it's not a guarantee, but it's likely. Yeah. Awesome Lawson clips. And again, thank you for all the super chats. And I am going to recommend that everybody sends one, because we're just going through. We still haven't even started covering games yet, so we still have to do the review preview. So yeah, send a super chat if you want your comment on screen. If Connor was able to sneak down to Michigan's sideline and call the freaking plays, it would be nothing for him to sneak into CMU.
How do you sneak
staff.
on? He's on staff at Michigan.
Yeah,
You
he's on
have to
staff.
have access to get on the sideline, so you had to get access somewhere, unless you hop the fence. I don't know.
One thing I do want to point out about Stallions was obviously a somewhat valued member of this staff. I mean, he's standing right next to both the offensive and defensive coordinators while their units are on the field.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
Don't you
okay,
think
wait.
somebody
No,
would notice that he's not- he's
hey,
not supposed
Moose,
to be there?
let me
Yeah,
talk.
yeah. Let Sean finish.
Right. He's obviously like it's pretty hard when you give someone access like that in those critical situations to think that they're like real lowly. Like if someone has that kind of a role, you kind of need to be aware of their methods. You need to be. I mean, you can't just say, "Oh my God, this person was an intern. We don't monitor." You know, the high level people aren't directly monitoring them at all. If you're Minter, if you're Sharon Moore, if you're Harbaugh, I mean, you need to be asking questions. You need to be examining why are you so good at this, or why is that there? So, I mean, like, I think you can't. For the narrative a couple weeks ago was that he was just kind of so low level that it really didn't matter. And now it's, I mean, like that's pretty hard to dispute when you have these sideline pictures. He's talking to the coaches while their units are on the field.
Well, my thing is, if Connor Stallions was that close to Jim McElwain and the coaching staff, don't you think the coaching staff would look at him and be like, "Who the hell are you? Why are you on the sidelines with us?" You know what I'm saying? Like,
not
so
necessarily. Not necessarily. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that get passes for this, that, whatever reason.
But your staff has been doing this for how long? You would know if somebody was there that's not on the staff. You would know if you see him on the sidelines. You'd be like, "Who is that guy? He's not on our staff."
I mean, I don't know. Like, there's probably some people on the sidelines that the coaches, every game for every team, the coaches have no idea who they are. They just got access from somewhere else. They get like 50 passes a game. I'm sure when he's playing a game on national television, and he may be complicit in this. I'm not meaning to brush him under the rug, but it's easy to see how that could just fall underneath a head coach's nose. Like, I can easily see. Like, I'm sure Stallions had some inside connection to get on those sidelines.
Dependent Fanatic made a good point. Harbaugh hired Shemi and Weiss, so he needs to get better in this area. Yeah, and I mean, background checks would not have prevented the other story that we heard, the really bad one about the staffer that was going after the 13-year-old, which is just awful. But that happened post background check, so Harbaugh would not have been able to find out with the most thorough vetting in the world unless there was prior stuff. So like he's not a psychic either. But I do think they should have hired a better team for the Shemi piece in particular, considering his role.
I'm just over it. Can we talk about some games now, John? I'm kind of over
Let's
this.
talk about some games.
Let's get on.
Yeah, I'm over this crap already.
Okay. Before we do that, I just want to remind everybody that when you're doing your shopping on Amazon,
I did want just one last question on this, and then I definitely move on. Do you think the NCAA will take into consideration a lot of these little things that have happened within the Michigan program? You know, somehow the Mozzie Smith incident last year can be included in this. Like, there's been kind of a drip of like B and C level scandals at Michigan. There's been, I mean, do you think that could, help build a lack of institutional control case against Michigan? Because I think it can. I think this stuff is not.
Yeah.
These additional ancillary topics are equally bad. bad for them.
I think they're going to combine Burgergate and this. So I think that both of those will be combined in the final punishment. They'll factor in the fact that Harbaugh's already been suspended for 3 games and Sharon Moore is suspended for 1 by the school. So they'll probably minus that off of the total number of games. But it's still going to be – it's still – like Michigan's getting punished, folks. Like that, I think we can all agree that Michigan's getting punished. It's just a question of how much from Burgergate versus, like I said, a reading of the rules says Stallions didn't break any rules except for if they can prove he was on the CMU sideline. Because I honestly don't think that the bylaw was written with what we saw. Like, there's so many people who can film sidelines. You can get seats at the 50-yard line. You can, Dave Portnoy was taking film, obviously as a joke. He was taking film of Ohio State signs. But you can get signs on YouTube. Tanner Wooten mentioned his high school defensive coordinator buddy. And you can look at all 22 film, and you can actually see at times you can see signaling going on. It's not every single frame, but you can see it at times. So I mean, yeah, there is a lot of gray area here, but I think they'll probably get Michigan on the rest of Burgergate and then tack on some for lack of institutional control if he's even still at the university at that point.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on. And we do have, let me know, Minnesota Dave, if you are ready to roll, because I know sometimes you're, you got stuff in the background. Just let me know if you're ready to be brought on, and I'll bring you on too. When you're doing your shopping on Amazon, which many of us do from time to time, please click the link on any description. It really helps us out. If you're already going on anyway, it's the same shopping experience, and then Mark Rogers gets a couple of bucks, which is great. Also, at least pick either the Patreon or YouTube membership for $2.99 so that you can be part of our Discord chat. We talk college football in there 24/7, 365. We do watch parties. Mark has a betting guide with multiple media members every single week. So go ahead and sign up for one of those and help support Voice of College Football if you like the content that we put out there every day, you like what we're doing, you like the guests that are on. $2.99 to be a YouTube member. So
that's right. If you love watch parties, predictions, betting advice, and insider looks from the top college football experts, go to patreon.com/MarkRogersTV or become a YouTube member at the Voice of College Football.
There you go. So let's talk games.
There we go.
All right.
Let's go.
So how about I wish maybe Jeffrey's in the back in chat or something.
Yeah.
But Indiana shocking the world, which actually, if you've been following Indiana, this isn't quite as shocking as some would think, because Indiana's actually looked better than people. They aren't 2022 Indiana. They remind me of 2021 Nebraska in terms of an almost team. And I thought there's absolutely a chance that with the OC change that they could win a game like this, and they did. And they won 20-14. Definitely a shock. First reaction on Indiana pulling off this upset.
Tom Allen knows how to inspire his guys, right? I mean, like, whether he should be the coach there long term or not, I mean, that's a different question. But there's no doubt, like, his kids love him and they love playing for him. And,
John, I was a little shocked, but I'm not too shocked because I remember I was telling you earlier, a lot of people were sipping the Wisconsin Kool-Aid, and I was like, watch, they'll probably win like maybe 7 games this year. I just don't think they're going to be good in his first year. So Fickle's first year, it seems like I might be right on that. They might win 7 games.
Might be a little bit of the hangover effect for them. I was at that game against Ohio State, and that was a nuts atmosphere. I mean, that was big time football there. I mean, Shouldn't be there. Wisconsin's not a great team. They should be able to roll someone like Indiana, show up and win this game by a couple touchdowns. But
what do you think, Jackson?
I gotta say, I swear it feels like nobody wants to win the Big Ten West. I mean, you're gonna be going up against Michigan or Ohio State in the Big Ten titles. Like, Wisconsin's your turn. No, Iowa's your turn. Minnesota's your turn.
Now look at the standings here. Iowa's the only team above 500.
I think you're right. I think nobody in the West wants to go to the Big Ten championship, and I can't really say that I blame them, bro. Whoever goes is going to get massacred by whoever wins the East.
So we do have Minnesota Dave joining us. So Minnesota Dave, thanks for coming back to Big Ten Live.
Hey, how's it going?
What up, Dave?
So I overheard during this Michigan scandal that's been going on that
what are you talking about?
There's a scandal?
I thought we were getting off this subject.
Yeah, I just overheard that my parents' alma mater, Central Michigan, is also a part of this now.
Parents' alma mater. Okay.
Yeah.
I've been there. I've actually been at Mount Pleasant. It's really nice.
Wow.
Yeah. No, John, did you mean what you just said?
Yes. Yeah,
I like
Mount Pleasant is nice.
I like it.
Did you like it because did you like it because they have the only 18 and up casino in the state? Is
they got the Soaring Eagle, man. The Soaring Eagle's nice.
The Soaring Eagle.
Nice casino.
There are other reasons I liked it, but yeah, but
I will say though, this Wisconsin game, I was pretty shocked by it. I mean, good grief! But congrats to Indiana as they're still alive for bowl eligibility. My question is, can Indiana get bowl eligible? Because the rest of their schedule is Illinois, Michigan State, and Purdue. Can they win out for bowl eligibility?
Those might be the three. Those might be the three worst teams outside of themselves in the league. So it doesn't get much softer than that.
Like, I'll be honest, I think if they can get through Illinois, they'll be able to beat Michigan State and Purdue.
I think the chances are slim. I think all those games are kind of 50-50. I don't think they're going to win all of them.
Here's what I was
so happy about 4 minutes. And Saturday I was around what 3 minutes before we choked that game away to Illinois.
Oh my God. Like, I was like, I can't believe Minnesota lost to Illinois, man.
I can't.
I can't believe Nebraska lost to Michigan State.
I know, right?
That's even worse.
I don't think anybody wants to win the West Division.
I don't think so either, Jackson.
So here's what I don't. So Indiana, did so. Brendan Sorsby did fumble the football twice, but what was I think the biggest shocker of all of this really is that they couldn't get a turnover, and the Badgers defense and their run game wasn't really clicking like it has in the past. That to me, those were the shockers, because if those things aren't there, then that allows a team like Indiana, who is a little bit of a sneaker team, like they're not just straight up awful, to win a game like this.
Isn't there like 4 teams in the West that are like 5-4?
How bad the Badgers are.
Oh my God, man.
Isn't there like 4 teams in the West that are 5-4 right now? Or is it 3?
Oh yeah, Wisconsin's one of them. Minnesota. Well, there's only 3. Minnesota,
like
Wisconsin, and Nebraska are all 5-4 in the Big Ten West.
Jesus.
Illinois and Northwestern are 4 and 5.
And Iowa almost lost to Northwestern.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Iowa would have lost to Northwestern, this would have been amazing. We would have had 5 teams in the Big Ten West that were 3-3 in the league, and they would have a 5-way tie for first place.
That game
they would have done that. Yeah,
the Iowa Northwestern game gave me cancer, man. That was a bad game.
Okay, so I'm a degenerate gambler. I bet a ton on every weekend, and I usually spread it across a bunch of games. I had 2 bets this week. I was so confident. I bet the under in the Iowa Northwestern game at under 31.5, and I bet the over at 76 in the USC Washington game. I'm like, these are the locks of all time, and they both hit easily. Like they didn't even come close. you're like there was no way that both teams were going to score on the teams in this game, and neither one did. 10 points won the game.
Alrighty.
I was so predictive. God, I mean, when was the last time anyone in an Iowa game scored more than 13?
It's absurd at this. And like, yeah, great job. Like I support firing Brian Ferentz, but then you're gonna make him a lame duck OC, and like what do you think is gonna happen?
They're making him an OC?
Well, they made him a lame duck.
Well, he still has the job.
Still has the job, even though he's fired at the end of the year.
Yeah, I would have relieved him of his duties already. I don't know why they did that.
I have no idea why you would keep him.
Like Grinch just got straight up fired. You know, done. Like that's what you do.
Yeah. And like I was telling Erica, you know, Kurt Ferentz he's done a really good job at Iowa, but I think it's time to get rid of him too. I think they need to clean house.
Yeah,
to keep their
it really might. Beth gets there. It seems like she's taking no prisoners, not messing around.
Very true. So Michigan State was able to beat Nebraska, and I have to ask, is the Scott Frost curse still alive of losing by 1 score?
Well, they've won a few. They haven't been awful in those 1-score games this year. They've won a couple of those.
To be fair, Michigan State was pretty much wasn't really like sweating this out either. They pretty much handled them for a while.
And interestingly enough, outside of the Michigan game, the Michigan and the Washington game, they've been in all these other games. I mean, they're a punching bag right now, but they're not losing 28-3 every week.
No,
true. Looks like Nebraska had some turnovers, which definitely didn't help because Michigan State really didn't have a lot of rushing offense at all. But you know, when you're turning the ball, when you're turning the ball over three times, that doesn't really help your chances.
Well, I thought this would be a close game, but I thought with Nebraska having a better defense that they would pull it out. But I guess it could have went either way.
Absolutely. Okay.
I got questions for Nebraska and Michigan State, but at the same time, I'm just like, you know, you are right. Like maybe the Scott Frost curse is at Nebraska, but it's probably only for the first year of Matt Rule.
Yeah.
So I mean,
he's a program
he's getting the ball rolling, but I think it's going to get easier this upcoming Saturday for Nebraska as they go up against the Syracuse of the Big Ten, Maryland.
The Syracuse of the Big Ten. You know, I will give Matt Rule this. I mean, this is the best first year that he's had. You know, he is a more of a program builder and kind of turnaround, and it takes a few seasons. This is by far his best first season.
And John, I've been watching Nebraska. They're starting to recruit pretty good, man. They're doing a pretty good job. So it won't be long before Nebraska's contending again.
Well, I'd say Nebraska was downright embarrassing to watch sometimes the past couple of years. Just sort of bad efforts. Just like, you know, even when they're not good, because they're not good, they don't have a lot of talent. You know, they look like they know how to play football, which wasn't always the case under Frost. You know, like they made them. And they look like they care and they want to succeed, which also wasn't always the case under Frost.
And a loss like this really hurts for them. But
yeah,
if they beat Iowa at the end of the year, all will be forgiven.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely would.
That epic 7-6 game, whatever that's going to be.
Yeah, more like a 14-10 game, honestly. But I mean,
have you been paying attention to Iowa lately? No one gets into the teams, and no one gets like Minnesota won 12-10, right? They beat Northwestern.
Well, Iowa did put up 41 on. Who was that? They put 41 up on
Western. One of the worst.
Okay, that was a big player too.
I love the deep fake that someone put of Brian Ferentz. Did you see that one, John, after that game?
I didn't.
No, there was some sort of deep fake put on, and everyone fell for it. And instead, in case you didn't watch, we just put 41 points up on the board, so all you critics can grab a little shoot louder and climb out of my ass.
Wow.
and there were a whole bunch of people reposting it as if it was real. It was like it was the most perfectly dubbed deep fake I've ever seen.
I will say
saying. What?
I will say this: when Iowa gets a good offensive coordinator in there, they're going to be scary, man. Because Iowa has a really good defense every year, so they're going to be scary for anybody.
For sure. My question on
staff, yeah, definitely.
I was going to say, my question on the Ohio State Rutgers games is, what if Rutgers had gone for it on 4th and goal instead of kicked the field goals? Would it be an upset in the birthplace of college football?
Who knows?
Because that's all I got to say about it, really.
It's a gamble,
it just depends on how the dice came up, right?
Yeah.
Whether they got there or whether they didn't, and probably not. I mean, I think Ohio State.
Trust your defense.
Was it?
Trust your defense. Rutgers has a legit defense. Schiano had a specific way he was planning to try to win the game, which drain the basically long drives, get
every
points,
second of the play clock.
Use every second of the play clock and prevent Ohio State's offense.
I think Ohio State only had. I think Ohio State only had like 7-8 possessions in this game, like really low number.
Yeah,
that's.
And I think that interception and that pick 6 in the 3rd quarter was the turning point of the ball game for the Buckeyes.
Yep.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, I think they would have found a way to win in some way, shape, or form, no matter what. I mean, I like that question. If Rutgers had a better QB, would they win? I mean, like, how much better are we saying? If Ohio State had CJ Stroud next year, would they win every game by 100 points right now? I mean, like, you can ask that question too. I mean, they won this game by 3 touchdowns, and people were acting like this was a nail biter. It was a B minus C plus performance against a decent team. And there's, and they still won comfortably in this.
Right.
And people are acting like this is some sort of indictment against the program. It's not.
No, I don't think it is.
It wasn't the best performance. It wasn't the worst. It doesn't show that they're a bad team or anything, or they're
what were you going to say now?
I see the stats on Gavin Wimsatt for Rutgers. He had 10 of 25 completed passes, 129 passing yards, 1 touchdown, and the 1 interception that was turned into a pick 6.
Yeah.
So that was not good. So I definitely see where you're going with this.
Yeah.
Well, he started the game. I mean, he started the game like 0 of 7 or 0 of 8. Like, it was really bad. He played decent after the first quarter.
If Rutgers I'm telling you right now, if Rutgers had a capable quarterback, Ohio State might have lost that game, man. I'm telling you. If they had
Monaguy's a good running. Monaguy's a good running back.
They were struggling.
He's not Ray Rice, but he's pretty good.
I mean, Ohio State struggled with a lot of those inside zones, those gap schemes and stuff, which are like they struggle against the types of things Michigan likes to do. Yeah. This year. And Michigan hasn't been a dynamo running the football this year, oddly. So, but I mean, like a lot of teams that aren't like elite are doing pretty well against us. Like that's clearly a weakness we have to shore up. So
yeah, I would expect a lot more screens, RPOs, like zone read. You're not going to see as much, I think, against Penn State and Ohio State. I don't think you're going to see Michigan call 100 million runs up the middle. You're going to see them try to get Donovan Edwards out of
it's
slot position.
It's not going to be 2021.
No. No, they don't have
Michigan's
the same.
Michigan's not elite. They're not elite this year running the ball. They're still very good. They're just not elite level like they were the last couple of years.
Yeah, they tried to get Khalil Mullings in a Hassan Haskins capacity, but he's just not. He doesn't have that same burst that Hassan Haskins had.
And I think against Penn State, I think Michigan knows against Penn State they're not going to be running for 6-7 yards of carry against Penn State. So they're going to. I think they're going to spread them out. They're going to pass,
sling it.
Probably more than that.
Michigan's going to sling it.
Hassan Haskins joins Tishmanga Biaka-Batuka in the Hall of Ohio State fans' nightmares.
Yep.
Like just and that 21 game was difficult to watch.
Yeah. Well, especially because you had the better quarterback.
Yeah.
And until about the fourth quarter, with about 5 minutes to go, it could have gone either way. I mean, because Stroud had you, and actually, I would argue both games to some extent. Like Stroud had Ohio State viable in that game till very, very late.
Yeah,
but definitely 2021. With Olave and Wilson, JSN. So yeah, I just Hassan Haskins, the defense wasn't able to stop him.
Yeah,
it's really what it came down to that year.
Yeah, and I felt better going into last year because we didn't have to deal with Hutchinson or Ojabo, but somehow you just seem to be in the right coverage every play, John.
Oh yeah.
Every play. Every time we were
there's the game.
Right into our gaps every single time. Every time we had a man beater, you were in zone. Every time we
had we know every
there
play.
it is. There's the game. Penn State versus the Syracuse of the Big Ten.
The Syracuse of the Big Ten. I like that. Penn State had a pretty dominant performance, and Drew Aller finally looked like the Drew Aller that all the Penn State fans told me that he was going to be. He looked like that against a Maryland team that tends to do better in September than they do in October and November. But was this dominant performance a preview of things to come, or was it a typical game against Maryland when Michigan and Ohio State and Penn State face Maryland? I'll leave that up to
game against Maryland.
Well, Michigan, John, Michigan and Penn State is going to be a trench battle. Who's ever the most physical in the trenches is going to win that game, hands down. So they usually like that every year.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Maryland, without having watched the game closely, I can't observe much. But man, this is the most disappointing team in the nation over the past 3 weeks. I mean, I think there was a reason for them to be excited about them for the first 5 weeks and during the first 35 minutes of the game against Ohio State. And ever since then, I mean, they have just imploded. I mean, this is I was very complimentary of Mike Locksley about 3 weeks ago. I think he has to go now. I mean, this is not acceptable. You lose to the worst teams in the Big Ten back-to-back weeks, and then you go out at home and just die on the field. Again, a team that struggled offensively just rips through you, puts up 600 yards and 51 points. I mean,
I have to mention, and people are gonna get on me for mentioning this. I have to mention that Josh Gaddis is now the sole offensive coordinator because Kevin Sumlin is having some off the field issues, and I hope he gets better, and I hope he comes back and he is better than ever. But right now, Josh Gaddis is the sole offensive coordinator for Maryland. And yes, Loxley is, I'm sure, still very involved. It's, he is an offensive head coach, but hasn't had exactly the best track record. Just saying.
This is just.
And,
John,
and Talia,
I can always count on you.
And Talia did have, so he started off 17 for 17, it looks like. So Talia, you have a real, probably the second best quarterback in the Big Ten in Talia Tagovailoa. You get 172 yards, but if you can't stop Penn State from basically doing whatever they want, and then you start turning the ball over, it's not exactly a great recipe.
I don't know. I mean, Maryland, toughness has been Maryland's problem for years now, right? I mean,
yeah, totally.
You can bully them all day. It's
their defenses have always been weak, very weak.
Yeah, it's improved slightly. I'd say the last 2 years, there have been times when their defenses look passable. But that's not saying much. The bar is pretty low.
I mean, they produced a lot of pretty good individual talent defensively.
Yeah,
you look at the Deontay Banks, the Yannick Ngakwe's, Jacorian Bennett's type of those guys. I mean, they always look pretty athletic, but it's just. When the going get tough, Maryland get going.
Yeah, Troy.
Yeah, I can see
Buckeye
something like this happening the week before rivalry week, where
it did last year.
Maryland, Michigan. Yeah.
Yep, firsthand experience last year, sweating a game that I didn't think I was going to have to sweat when we went to College Park. Yeah.
Tim is breaking some news in the chat that various characters are being spotted at USC. I believe he's mentioned so far Gary Patterson, Jim Leonard, Jim Morrison,
Jesse Mentor,
the guy from The Doors, or from Rest in Peace.
You cannot the Trojans break on through to the other side of mediocrity.
Oh man. And Troy with a good point. Maryland does Maryland does tend to play their best games against Ohio. Ohio State, Maryland's played Michigan pretty close a couple of times the last few years.
Well, last year they spotted you 7 points and then only lost by 7.
Yeah, but we gave them a garbage touchdown late too, so that makes up for it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was on a second stringer, third stringer.
All right. So Illinois beats Minnesota. Is it paddock season? So we know Illinois. Obviously has had some personnel changes and things like that. What Minnesota, Dave? I'm coming to you on this one. This one probably stung a little bit.
Oh, it stung a lot, especially when you gave. On the kickoff, you fumble on the kickoff and give Illinois their first touchdown, which cost you the game. The ending of the game, when you had a chance to actually win the game 3 times, you get a first down, you end the game. Well, you decide to pass it over your tight end's head by a mile on a short route, and it was what the heck? It was supposed to be a horribly timed play, and it was just ugly. So that left Illinois with a timeout. And if you ran the ball in that, instead of maybe like passing the ball, you know, they would probably have to waste their timeout before you punt. Then you have the quarterback getting sacked and fumbling the ball, and the ball lying there for what felt like forever as a Gopher fan before, unfortunately, an Illinois player picks it up. And then you have a 4th and 11 with a backup quarterback that threw the ball perfectly.
Just turned into Aaron Rodgers. Yeah.
Yeah, just turned into Aaron Rodgers, and then they have 2 passes that were just unbelievably, throwing balls. But I don't know. This one, hurt a little bit more. Just happy to watch the Vikings on Sunday now.
There you go.
Hey, Josh Dobbs. I had to give you. He feels like that. That felt like the most Minnesota Vikings game ever. Just comes from nowhere. Knows nobody.
Oh, it's like 2007 all over again.
How did Minnesota manage to lose to Illinois? I guess that's the same question with Nebraska.
The question should be, how do we always lose to Brett Bielema? That we didn't have a problem with Illinois until Brett Bielema became the coach.
Maybe Brett Bielema stole your signs too, because I heard they stole Michigan signs, so that might be possible.
Hey, everybody's stealing.
Everybody's stealing signs.
It's the thing to do now.
Yes. Why? Michigan does it.
Yeah, you ain't cool unless you steal signs.
Yeah. Got to be the only one at a Central Michigan game hiding around, which is a very
cool and consider me Miles Davis.
Well, Illinois is keeping themselves alive for bowl eligibility. So, I mean, the Indiana-Illinois game is going to be quite a commotion for the battle for bowl eligibility. I don't think they'll beat Iowa, but that Northwestern game looks like a toss-up.
I'm sure the 600 or 700 people at that game will be like very spirited.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. After a 10-7 game, Iowa Northwestern. Excitement's at an all-time high.
Oh my god, that was like
talk about peak Big Ten.
Oh, I
don't even have a banner for it because
I was game casting that game, and it was like that'd be so boring to watch.
Can you imagine spending money on that game? I would have been so upset. I'd want a refund.
Well, you had to get Peacock to see it because I had so normally I have a 2 TV setup. My big TV has whatever, the main game is I'm focusing on. And then my backup TV's got 4 games going. And so I could, obviously, I realized late that it was on Peacock. And I was like, I'm good.
Yeah. Might be the best. Might be the best game.
You didn't see anything, so it's a good thing.
What?
If you were sitting in right field seats for baseball, you wouldn't not even be able to see anything because it was you were that far away from the game.
Are you talking about the Iowa Northwestern game?
Yeah. It's like I would never buy those seats. You're so far away, like right in that corner area of right field and post.
Yeah, it's amazing too because sports stadiums used to mostly be dual use. Like if a team had a football and a baseball team in the same city, most of the time they used to play them at the same site, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they played this football game and this baseball stadium essentially can't handle football at all because every single time.
No, it one time was used for Bears games way back in the early 20s and 30s. Mm-hmm. Then I think they moved to Soldier Field.
Right.
Well, the last time they had a game there, they both offenses had to go in the same direction.
Yeah, because the Ivy League fence.
Yeah.
So there it is. There's there's your football game right there.
Oh, sweet.
Oh my
man.
Do
Do you think that Northwestern? Do you think that if Northwestern does this once a year, do you think that's going to help them in recruiting or no?
Well, they're not caring about recruiting. They're caring about just getting like money from other schools to come. That's all they care about.
Oh, that's good enough money for me. I'd go there.
Yeah. But,
I mean, I would be scared to go to Northwestern. Some dude or coach might slap me on the butt if I get in there.
Jeez. So
I'll do you one better. What if they did Northwestern Illinois annually at Wrigley Field? Maybe that'd give people a reason to watch that game.
That would be wasn't that? Didn't that happen?
That's how that was the game last time.
Yes, it did. Game Day went there in 2010, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and they had to use the same. Both offense and defense went the same direction, or whatever. Or both offenses went the same direction because.
But I'm telling you, whatever additional ticket gate from there, they could just admit 10 more students into Northwestern, and their tuition would probably cover it. So,
yeah, it's going to be interesting for Northwestern. I heard they're trying to get a new stadium. I don't know if it actually passed.
I heard that too. New facilities.
Yeah,
as well.
Stadium it would only hold like 35,000, but that's good enough for that school.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, they're
35,000 though. I mean, when you host Michigan or Ohio State, those tickets are going to get mondo expensive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they hold about only 40. Was it 49,000? 47,000 at Ryan's Field.
Low 40s, but yeah. I mean, when they're not playing a big dog, it's hard to fill that place half up.
Oh yeah. I've been to Northwestern Minnesota games, and it'll probably be like about 30,000 being there. Like literally on low 30s, high 20,000 people be there. And I would say probably about 15 to maybe 10,000 are away fans.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So even when they're not drawing, there's still there's a lot, almost 50-50 a fan base at their games.
Yeah, they have a problem in that their alumni just go everywhere. It's a smaller student body than the rest of the Big Ten to begin with, and when they graduate, a lot of them are from all over the country. They're from completely random different places, and then they all go out. So it's hard to get a lot of local support.
Oh yeah. I mean, I laughed at it, and when they always try to claim that we're Chicago's team. We're Chicago's team, and then it was funny because Chicago's team's always been mostly Notre Dame. If you really want to look at it, Notre Dame is Chicago's team, and when they played Notre Dame at Evanston that one year, where you had to buy season tickets to go to the game. This was the only game you had to buy season tickets for. Majority of Notre Dame fans bought season tickets for Northwestern games just to go to that game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. But if you're in Chicago, literally every team in the Big Ten has a Chicago bar.
Somewhere. Oh yeah.
You can find a place to go to watch your team where you're just surrounded fans of your school.
Oh yeah. You have a ton of Iowa bars, Nebraska bars. It's in the middle of the freaking Big Ten, so you have a whole bunch of schools that have their own bars.
Mm-hmm.
Erica giving us a $5 super chat. We appreciate you as always. 80 to 85% were Iowa fans.
Not a surprise. Not a surprise at all.
Not a surprise at all.
The
Not
team
surprising.
said it felt like a home game. Huh.
What's the next topic?
Yeah, we've squeezed the juice out of this one.
But thanks for the super chat, Erica. So our next topic is our week preview, and we have a big game to talk about. Michigan is going to Beaver to face the Penn State Nittany Lions. FanDuel says that Michigan is favored by 5. That's from yesterday, so it might be updated. But FanDuel said favored by 5 yesterday. What's up?
Michigan's playing the Kitty Cats this Saturday.
Right, the Kitty Cats. Right. So big noon kickoff. Gus and Joel on Fox. So I'm of course going to go to our Michigan fan on the panel.
Oh, is that Gizmo right next to you, John?
Gizmo's here co-hosting. And
what's up, Gizmo?
Yeah. Gizmo.
I'm sure there's the trash guys are out, so he's probably barking.
There we
go.
Gizmo, what's your take on Michigan-Penn State?
Gizmo,
it's gonna be
rough. Yes.
Go.
So I'm gonna go to Connor Stallions first on the on Connor Stallions binoculars on AK Moose on the on what you think might go down here when the Wolverines go to Beaver Stadium.
Well, I think this will be, like I was telling you earlier, I think it will be one in the trenches. You're looking at both defenses. Michigan is number 1 overall statistically. Penn State number 2 overall. Michigan's probably better in the pass game, but Penn State's better in the run game. So I think that's pretty much a push. I think overall should be a good game. I just think offensively, I think Michigan has the edge in the quarterback play and the offensive line play. I even think our running backs are better, but that's debatable. I know Penn State has good running backs too, but I just think it'll probably start off slow because it's on the road and it's in Happy Valley. But I just think Michigan's talent, and I just think they end up winning. I think it's around. I could be wrong, but I think the final score is going to be 38-17 Michigan. That's my take.
I got it 38-27. I think Penn State's going to score.
Whoa. I have a way different take than you guys.
Yeah,
I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's start with Sean.
Oh, no, I mean, I think Penn State's defense, as long as they don't get run over, is pretty well equipped to take the field against Michigan's offense. I think they match up very well. I think their Penn State's secondary is still elite, in spite of what Marvin Harrison did to them a couple weeks ago.
So is Michigan.
What Michigan's secondary? Michigan's secondary is very good. I think your receiving core
Michigan's secondary is better than Penn State's, in my opinion. I think it's better.
Maybe.
I would agree. Will Johnson,
I'm
still.
And I think I honestly think their D-line is better too.
But I mean, but I mean, is Michigan's receiving core good enough to really exploit, a top 3 to 5 secondary in the country? And are they strong enough running the? I mean, I think they'll have success moving the football. I just don't think it will end up in this sphere of points. I just think it's going. I think it's going to be like a touchdown to a field goal game where the winning team has like 20 to 24 points somewhere.
That's what I was saying to John. I don't think Michigan is going to go crazy running the ball because I don't think they're as good as they have been the last 2 years. I just think
right,
and I think Penn State's really good against the run. So that's what I was telling John. I don't think Michigan is going to have a ton of success running the ball. That's why I think they're going to spread the ball out and they're going to pass it more and they're going to rely on JJ and the tight ends and the wide receiver.
Roman Wilson
is
our best tight end by far, and I think Roman Wilson
is your best tight end.
Or sorry, I meant
wide receiver.
I just got mixed up. Roman Wilson's our best wide receiver by far, so he can catch like 30, 40-yard passes like it's nothing. CJ has struggled. I would say that he's had moments where he's been Cornelius Johnson. He's had
I don't know where
moments,
he's been all year.
He's somewhere out in space. So I would say watch out for Roman Wilson on the wide receiver front. Watch out for Colston Loveland and AJ Barner on the tight end front, but especially Colston Loveland because Wilson and Loveland have that chemistry with JJ where they can just catch pretty much anything. So they're gonna get.
John, you know what I'm gonna say also. We saw a little glimpse of him in the last game. I'm gonna say, watch out for number 82. Also, Samaj Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan.
That guy is a playmaker, and I have a feeling that Jim's going to play him more in this game coming up after what he did against
reverses, call some jet sweeps, call some reverses.
That guy is a playmaker, man. That guy is special. He's going to be special.
Yeah.
Well, I got a feeling this game's going to be really close. I mean, I don't have a projected final score yet. I'll have it available coming out in a few days, but right now it's going to be close. The Penn State and Nittany Lions just can't wait to be king. That's for sure.
Maybe one day.
My biggest knock
they're
is
singing that every morning. That's for sure.
Franklin can't win the big games, man. He's 1-12 against top 5 teams, so just keep that in mind.
But most people have like terrible records against the very best teams, right? I mean, you're not going to win very often when you're going up against the best.
Well, you guys say Michigan can't win a playoff game, and they haven't been able to do it yet. But if you guys are saying that, then I'm still convinced Franklin can't win a big game until he can prove that he can. I'm taking Michigan.
I'm taking Michigan too. I think it's going to be a 24-17 game.
Yeah, I mean, I lean Michigan in this game too, but I would probably take the points though if I was betting this game, which I'm for sure not going to. I would take the 5.
What is that, 5 now? I'm guessing it's probably going to go up to 7 before the game starts.
I don't know. I would guess if anything, it slides back a point, half a point or so.
Yeah.
I'll take Michigan at the points. I think they're going to win by more than that.
Definitely. Could happen.
Yep. So obviously that's the big one, but we also have some other matchups that could actually be pretty interesting games. Obviously Maryland is facing Nebraska at noon as well, so that's going to be on the backup TV for me. But Maryland is going to Lincoln, and in my mind, that could be a real battle because on the one hand, you've got Talia, and he's a pretty explosive quarterback, but he's mistake prone. On the other hand, you've got Harburg, who is really good at running the ball, and I don't think Maryland's going to be able to stop him too much. So that one could be a real a nail biter type game.
Yeah, offensively, you got to give the edge to Maryland. They're just better offensively, but defensively, you got to give the edge to Nebraska. They're just much better on defense. So I don't know. I really don't know who to pick in this game, to be honest.
I feel like this game could go anywhere. I wouldn't be that surprised if Maryland blows them out, and I wouldn't be that surprised if Nebraska blew Maryland out. Like it's a question of motivation versus talent. Maryland's got the talent to be better football team, but are they going to show up to play, or are they going to mail it in?
If anyone's going to get blown out, I probably see Nebraska getting blown out, not Maryland.
I mean, I would go the other way. I think Maryland just might mail this game in. Like it's very possible. Mm-hmm. I think I have confidence Nebraska's going to show up and fight. I do.
Yeah. It just depends on what Maryland team's going to show up.
Maryland's
I don't think Maryland's showing up against Nebraska. They'll show up against Michigan.
I think they gave up. I think Maryland gave up on the season, honestly. I really do.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking it's going to be a Nebraska. I think this is going to be a Nebraska 28-17 game right there.
Okay. That sucks for Talia Tagovailoa. Decides to not go to Bama, go to Maryland, and they're giving up on his probably last season. Like, that's not great.
That is
So
horrible.
wait. He could have gone back to Maryland or back to Bama.
Well, he was recruited by Bama and then
he was
decided to go to Maryland.
He was at Bama for a season.
Like, I was sad they left Bama, but I understand why. Because, I mean, I don't blame him. I don't think I'd want to be compared to my brother either. I mean, where everybody say, oh, Tua wouldn't have done this. Tua wouldn't have done that. I mean,
he also wasn't going to beat out McCorkle for that job either. So
yeah, that's the big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he was recruited by Bama and he went to Bama. Yeah, I just know that he wasn't at Bama for very long. He went.
I just think the way that Maryland played against Penn State, it just seems like they gave up on their season, man. They didn't look good at all.
It sure looked like that. Yes, definitely.
Troy,
I have Nebraska winning this game.
Okay,
38-31.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I could see Nebraska pulling this out. I think it's going to be close. If I had to give a score, I'd say like 24-21.
Is that in Lincoln?
It's in Lincoln. That's why I think Nebraska's going to win.
Yeah.
It's going to be close.
I'm
going
to
say
24-21. Yeah, I'm going to say like 27-24 Nebraska.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the environment, famously that stadium has sold out for the last 40, 50 years, something like that.
They are the least fair weather fans in the entire country, Nebraska.
So,
it's
a tough place to play.
They do have some good fans, though. They have some pretty good fans, though. They're passionate. I will give them that.
Passionate, and they're very nice too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
very nice. I noticed.
Yeah, I'd rather deal with them than Iowa fans or Wisconsin fans.
So Troy has pointed out that he believes Indiana at Illinois is the game of the week. He says week. Well, he says week though, different spelling. So I think this might be a joke.
That is a.
I'm taking Indiana. Their quarterback.
I appreciate a good troll as much as anybody. Well done, Troy.
I got Indiana in that one.
Can I give a super chat just to Troy to make sure? Because that's a good one.
You got Indiana, Moose.
Yeah, what was their quarterback's name? I forgot. He's playing really good though.
Brendan
Sorsby.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty good the last couple games. I'm going to take Indiana over Illinois.
So I was going to say, like you were talking about, it might be John Paddock time at Illinois after this last week. All these transfer quarterbacks in the Big Ten West, they're not working out so great, are they? All these portal powered QBs. I mean, it's not. It hasn't gone great for anybody, has it?
No.
Not really. Luke Altmaier was injured, and I don't know if anybody has an update on that. I'm looking into it now, but he did get injured, so we'll have to see who takes the start.
Paddock's a Michigan guy too. He was at like Bloomfield Hills, I think. So.
There you go. Any other predictions on this one?
I like the Bielema's here in like
I like Brett
in like a 2017.
Yeah, I think Brett's gonna do it. I think Brett's always had a good team that always gets ready for the end of the season. Look, Illinois has had a couple good years like that where they look like they're down in the dumps, and all of a sudden they find that win against Minnesota, and then they start going off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say 30. Indiana 31, Illinois 21.
Wow.
I'll be very interested to like follow this game as it goes along, and not watch a second of it. So
This looks like a 24-21 game for Illinois, honestly.
I'm gonna say 20-17 Indiana.
Wow.
I'm with you, Moose. I'm with you, Moose. I think Indiana's gonna pull it out.
I'm saying 20-17 Illinois.
There you go. Okay.
Illinois.
Illinois.
I want to feel the Illinois.
All right. So let's keep rolling here. We've got some other games. Obviously, Minnesota Dave, you are about to head to Purdue for a 3:30 game. So how do you feel about that matchup? I mean, Purdue, their defense looks a little tough. I'm telling you, they gave us some fits in the first half of our game. What do you think about that matchup?
I think Minnesota should win this, but I'm not going to say it's easy. It's going to be the same. Like, probably, what's the line by Vegas? I haven't had a chance to check on that.
Let me check.
Minnesota is
Minnesota Purdue. I would guess it. I would guess it's
yeah. It's even.
I would have thought Minnesota by like a point, minus a 1.5 to 2.5, but.
All right. Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, I hope they win. I mean, I'm expecting a Minnesota victory, but they lost to Purdue last year. They just, gosh, I don't even know what to tell you about this.
Purdue impressed me a little bit.
So if I look at the lines, the betting lines on this one, so FanDuel has Minnesota favored by 1.5, and every other one, it looks like Purdue's favored by 1. So it seems like we've got kind of a I don't know situation here.
So do some line shopping here, wherever you're at on this game.
I gotta tell you, John.
It also depends on who's healthy too. So
Purdue's D impressed me. So
I agree.
I think I'm gonna take Purdue in this game. I'm gonna say Purdue 24, Minnesota 17.
Wow.
I'm gonna say Minnesota 27-17.
And I'll say that Minnesota will win. This could be a little bit like I'm going to go 31-28. Close field goal win.
Gonna say 24-23 Purdue. But it's like, I mean, it's such a freaking toss-up.
Yeah.
Like Vegas is totally right about that. Like it could really go either way.
Yeah. I'll go 20-10 Minnesota.
Okay.
Yes, I actually think Minnesota's got a pretty decent defense here, and Purdue offensively is dreadful. So
yeah. It's about creating turnovers in this game too. Whoever creates the most turnovers will win this one.
Yeah. I'm just looking at it as Minnesota loves to run the football, and Purdue is pretty dang good against the run, so that's why I'm picking Purdue.
Yeah, I can see that. The only thing that Minnesota has as a weapon offensively outside of their running back is Jackson. the wide receiver. You know,
Who do they even have carrying the ball now? Is it Newman?
Newman was carrying it. It was a split. They had the other freshman came in, not Tyler, not the 3-time freshman of the week, but they had Newman, and I forgot the other guy's name. They were both switching on and off in the Illinois game. They didn't do very, very hot running the ball in comparison to as Minnesota should look. But second half, I would also say in that Illinois game, Illinois star defensive player
Jersey Newton. Jerry Newton.
Yeah. He was suspended after the Wisconsin game, and that's when Wisconsin scored their most points and ended up winning that game against Wisconsin. And then he was back for the second half for our game, and he was able to be a difference maker with him in there. We weren't able to move the ball as well, so yeah, I don't know.
We'll do that.
Every game's a toss-up in the West.
Well, speaking of that, Northwestern's going to Camp Randall. In a battle of wills.
If they lose to Northwestern, dude, oh my god, I'm gonna laugh so hard.
I don't think it's completely out of the question.
Northwestern has beaten Wisconsin in. Oh wait, this is in Camp Randall. Never mind. I thought you said no. I thought it was Northwestern at Northwestern.
I don't see them beating us. It's possible, like you said, it's possible. I don't know. I just don't see it.
Oh, Wisconsin's going to win 28-14 on that one. They're mad as a cottonmouth about that loss to Indiana.
Well, they should have been taking out their frustrations after how badly they lost to Ohio State. Well, they almost that wasn't a horrible loss, but it was something that I thought that they would get. I thought it was something they would get up for after that. After losing to Ohio State game that close, and then they really just crapped the bed against Indiana.
I'm gonna say Wisconsin 34, Northwestern 17.
Wow.
I predict something similar. It might even be worse. I don't know. I mean, you got Northwestern. They were so dead to start the season. I mean, like, God. They were supposed to be the safe thing in the Big Ten. You knew they were going to be horrible. They were going to be.
I agree with Jackson. I think they're going to play pissed off after the last game.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, I picked Wisconsin to win 24-10.
Yeah, you don't have your They don't have their quarterback. They don't have their star running back.
Oh, Mordecai's out. Oh shoot. Okay.
Yeah,
he's been out for what? He's been out for a while now. Last few weeks.
I think they would.
Is Braylon Allen out for this week?
28-17, Wisconsin. That changes up a little bit.
Okay. Wisconsin, I think, will win, but it's going to be a nail biter. It's going to be way closer than it should. I'm feeling a score closer to like a 20-17, where where Wisconsin wins in the same way that Michigan won back in 2018. You remember that when like Northwestern was beating Michigan like 17-3 or whatever, and then Michigan came back to win 20. I could see that happening.
I don't want to remember it, but yeah.
Yeah, but that Michigan team was a lot better offensively than that Wisconsin team right now, or than this Wisconsin team right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was
it's gonna be close, I think.
That was when they screamed you to death the whole first quarter and a half, right? Like they just kept running screens because you kept bringing like zero blitzes and Yeah.
Yup. Yeah, we liked our zero blitzes back then. That's for sure. Dr. Blitz himself.
Yeah.
Did anyone else want to give their prediction on this one, or?
I think Wisconsin's going to wake up pissed and they're going to expose Northwestern for what they are. This will be a return to normalcy game. It's going to be like 42-10, something like that.
Wow.
I mean, and just an off the cuff prediction. I don't really.
That's bull cotton. We'll see if it pays off.
We'll see. What's up? I mean, the line on this game is probably within a touchdown or something like that, right?
I would believe it. Let's see.
No, it's 10.5.
Wow.
So, but no, I
Pepper these new shorts.
But no, I don't know. I like.
Yeah,
I think the motivation factors there is in Wisconsin's favor here. I mean,
yeah. Let's see what the over under is 42.5.
Wait, for Rutgers in Iowa?
No, for Northwestern Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I got a feeling the over under is 24.5 on Rutgers, Iowa.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. It can't be low enough for me not to bet it.
14.
Oh, holy cow. I was 4 points off. 28.5.
28.
Yeah, that's going to be low scoring too. Really good defenses.
I literally don't know if I've ever seen an over-under in the 20s in my entire life.
Well, that's Iowa football for you.
I mean, the bookmakers have to be losing money hand over fist every week.
I'll say this.
I say take the under still.
I'm not touching. I'm not touching that.
I agree. No one's gotten to the teens in like 4 weeks.
I will say this.
I would not bet money on. I would not touch that game.
I'm considering betting the under.
Yeah.
Because I see another 10-7 type game here. I don't know.
Oh, man.
This game is basically.
The thing is, I think Rutgers is the better version of Iowa this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
their offense is way better.
I'm picking Rutgers to win. I think they're going to win.
Oh man, like for me, this game looks like a toss-up. I mean, but either way, this looks like a 14-10 game to me. Either way,
I think the defenses are pretty close to even. They're both very good. I just think Rutgers offensively is a little bit better than Iowa, so that's why I'm giving Rutgers the edge.
Okay.
I think they have the better run game and slightly better quarterback, maybe. I know Wims isn't the greatest quarterback, but I think he's a little bit better than Iowa's quarterback. I don't think he's going to go out there and throw like 400 yards, obviously, but if I have to make a prediction, I think it's going to be really low scoring. I'm going to say Rutgers wins 17-14. 17-14, maybe.
What time is the game at for this one?
2:30 p.m. on the Big Ten Network.
Okay. I'm gonna go with probably Iowa winning this just because it's a late game and it's in Kinnick Stadium. It's something about late games in Kinnick Stadium.
Connect Stadium didn't save Iowa against Minnesota, so I mean,
yeah, but that was an afternoon game, not a night game.
I know.
Oh, it's at 3:30. It's at 3:30.
Oh, is that 3? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I would give Rutgers a better chance. Actually, I think of Rutgers to win this game.
I'll go Rutgers 10-3.
This is still a toss-up for me.
Michigan State, Ohio State, that's a toss-up for you?
Oh, no, not that game. Ohio
Yeah.
State, that's a 42-17 game for me right there.
Yeah, let's wrap up our predictions on this one. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go 7-3 Iowa. It just feels like a classic Big Ten West defensive
6-3, maybe 3 field goals.
I'm a little bit more. I'm a little bit more optimistic for the offenses, just for Rutgers offense, I should say. I'm gonna go 17-10, Rutgers.
Oh man, that Rutgers Iowa game, it's basically whoever gets to 17 first wins, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it might take 100 minutes of game time to get to 17.
Yeah, you're right.
10-10 for the rest of the game.
That's a baseball score.
That would be real low, but not I wouldn't be completely shocked.
Hey, Jason, we're talking about football, not hockey here, buddy. We're talking about football, not hockey here.
That's true. How is Rutgers special teams? They're okay. I mean, trying to think, because obviously we played them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're all right. I wouldn't write home about them. I mean, I think that their running back is really good. So their running back Monagai, he's been running for a lot of yards.
And their linebacker Teray, I think he's a first or second round pick.
Rutgers has a pretty good offensive line too. I don't think they get that
He's the guy.
And I think Rutgers has a pretty good offensive line, and they don't get enough credit for that. I don't think, because their running back he's having a pretty good season. So,
and they kind of have a quirky system. They kind of run like a wishbone out of like a spread formation. It's
Did you guys see
a lot of read option, a lot of triple option stuff?
Hey, did anyone see the trick play on that? What was it? Was it a fourth and like?
The Fumble-Rooski? Oh yeah, I definitely.
Fumble-Rooski.
Oh god, it was like fourth and about like 4 feet or something like that, little over a yard. Oh man,
that's an awesome call.
That was the turning point in the game. If we would have stopped that, I think we would have won by like 40 points. I really do. that was at a point where they were desperate because I think it was in the middle of the second quarter. They had 1 first down at that point for the whole game, and then I mean, it's the longest play we've given up all year. Right there. Fumble-Rooski.
There it is. Well, and you guys are playing against Michigan State. Michigan State's coming to the shoe. And those games historically, they historically were tough, but this is a very different Michigan State team, as we saw in the Michigan game.
These guys are good.
Yeah. So, Sean, what do you make of this Michigan State team?
Come on.
What was it?
Yeah, Michigan State.
We match up with them better than any team. There's no better matchup for us to feast than this game because State their secondary blows chunks. I mean, they have for a while. No, I mean it's. And
I'm going to say 84-0 Michigan State.
They don't have an offense to threaten much. I think this game. I think it'll be basically over by halftime. It'll be like something like 35-0 at half, and then whatever happens after that, whatever. There's no team in the Big Ten that matches up worse with us than Michigan State.
It looks like you're favored by 31.5.
Yeah, I would give the points probably in this spot. 31.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Vegas sees the same thing we do. I mean, think about this though. Michigan State was up in the fourth quarter by 18 against Rutgers. Rutgers is probably like the 4th or 5th best team in the Big Ten, and State's like right at the bottom. That shows you just how tight everything after Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State is. Like you can just it's just like a game of Boggle or something. You just press the button right there and
Yeah, I think Ohio State wins. I'm going to say 38-10.
Okay.
Ohio State 42, Michigan State 17. Gizmo, what do you think about this game? What's up, Gizmo?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gizmo thinks it's gonna be time to take a walk soon. But yeah, no, I agree. It's gonna be Ohio State's gonna blow them away. I mean, if the Michigan game was 49-0, yeah, it's gonna be similar, I think, to that type of score. I'm actually going to say that they're probably going to want to one-up Michigan.
You go for 2?
So I could see it being 56-0 because they just want to get that extra, touchdown or something on the board. So
well, they better not do that. Because, I mean, this team has had quite a few injuries the last few weeks. So.
Yeah, but you could probably run the backups and score touchdowns.
we don't even have a backup quarterback really right now. So
that's a transfer guy.
The Gebbia, Tristan. Yeah. This will be his best chance to get any playing time.
Because Devin Brown's out till next year, right?
Yeah, he's done. Yeah. It's unfortunate. We still have Lincoln Keen Holes. And he hasn't played at all, so he can get in there and maybe
give everybody some playing time.
Yeah,
people who haven't. You're gonna see people on the field in that fourth quarter. There might be a water boy in there. There might be Adam Sandler might get in there. I mean, it's gonna be everybody.
Water sucks.
Gatorade.
No, you're drinking the wrong stuff.
Gatorade not only hydrates and refills you better, it tastes better too.
Adam Sandler's the voice of a generation.
It is true. Any other everybody predicted this one?
I said, it'll be in the 30s to 0 at halftime, and whatever happens after that is meaningless.
I got Michigan State stopping Ohio State. Ohio State has to kick a field goal. It's in the first half. It's in the first quarter. It's the first possession. And it will end up being 59 to freaking nothing after that. That's the only time Michigan State stops Ohio State.
59? Wow, that's bold.
I thought 56-0 was bold, and you just one-up me. I think
it's going to be one of those games where Ohio State's just going to want to get out healthy. I don't think they're going to try to run it up too much.
Yeah.
Good reason for that. I mean, we lost Tommy Eichenberg maybe for the next week or two on the last possession.
2 thumbs. Yeah.
Give me 2 thumbs, yeah. On the last possession of the Rutgers game. So I don't know what the health status on him is, but no, you never get injury information at Ohio State ever. I mean, they're tighter than the Patriots.
Yeah, it's same here with the Gophers. It's always been lower body, upper body. That's it.
At 1 to 11 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, it is that time, and of course, keep chopping and reminding us to always look for someone in sunglasses at a night game.
Okay.
You gotta watch out for the disguises.
And look for the blue light.
Yeah, right. Right. All right, y'all. Well, it's that time for final thoughts and where can people find you on the internet if you want to share that. Otherwise, usually some people joke about it. I don't care. Whatever you want to do. We'll start with Sean. Final thought for everybody.
Home stretch, boys. This is where it gets fun. If you're one of the top dogs, which most of you, I think, are, from what I've seen in the chats and previous, like this is the fun part of college football, and this is the last season of this version of the Big Ten we'll ever get. Just enjoy it. Just have fun with it, and remember, it's not that serious. It's not life or death. Your life is not going to change based on however your team plays. So, and like I said, everything changes after this year. This 2023 is the last of it. College football season is the last of its kind. So if you lament, the way that college football is going, enjoy this season. Enjoy it because, there'll never be another one like it. So that's it. And I hope everyone's having a lovely night. And I'll see you guys again next week.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks for stopping by.
No problem.
All right. Jackson, you are up. Final thought, and where could people find you?
Well, my final thoughts are we're getting close to the end of the regular season. Unfortunately, that always makes me sad, of course. But don't be too sad because tomorrow night is the new rankings of the college football playoff rankings. Is Ohio State going to stay number one, or is Georgia going to be number one? That's something we're going to be figuring out for sure. And you can find me on Twitter and Instagram, Threads, and on YouTube, of course. But you can also find my latest episode of the Jacksonian in the chat from last Friday, where I have on the host of Locked On Oklahoma State, Cody Stovall, where we discuss the last edition of the Bedlam, our favorite memories from the rivalry, our take on Oklahoma State from 2023, and what did we both think about Mike Gundy. And I will say, it's a fun episode. I won't spoil too much. Stick around for it. And I'm also trying to get to 500 subs on my YouTube channel, and I can't get there without your help, gents.
You hear that? So there's your call to action for the night. Definitely subscribe to Jackson's YouTube channel. Follow him on all the various things that he's on. I'm going to post the links right here so everybody can do that. There you go.
Thank you.
So check it out, and definitely to YouTube. Subscribe to Jax. He's got good content. All right,
That's
bud.
the plan,
Thanks for
dude.
stopping by.
Thank you for having me on. There's plenty more episodes coming up. And thank you for having me on, John. And also check out the Michigan channel hosted by John D'Animo.
Oh, right. There's that. Yes, thank you. I appreciate
Tuesday night. It's always a fun one. I mean, this guy on my left is my go-to for Michigan football for sure.
Well,
so are you, Moose.
Thanks a lot, Jackson. We appreciate it.
Appreciate that, Jackson.
See you later, Jackson.
All right. So next up, let's go to Minnesota. Dave, final thought for us?
Well, it's not exactly over in the West for the Gophers. And that's pretty much it. I mean, this is a horrible division. So anything could happen. Just, keep on winning and, maybe we can surprise everybody and get our ass kicked in the Big Ten West or the Big Ten championship game.
You guys are all competing for the honor of getting your ass
losing,
kicked in the Big
Ten. Losing to Ohio State, Michigan, or well, probably not Penn State, but who knows?
Doubtful. Yeah, I don't.
Doubtful. But well, See you later, everybody. Row the boat in Ski-U-Mah.
There you go. Row the boat. Thanks, Minnesota Dave, for stopping by. And last but certainly not least, Connor Stallion's Binoculars, a.k.a. Moose. Final thought for us. Where can people find you?
Well, you can find me on Twix. That's my only really social media. If you want to add me, that would be great. I do a lot of recruiting on there mostly, but I do like to talk a little smack on there too, every now and then. But my final thought, John, is wow. The season's almost over already. Isn't that crazy how fast it's went by already?
I know.
It doesn't even seem like it's almost over. It feels like it just started. But I will say, big game coming up this Saturday. And I don't know about you, John, but I'm relieved. And I'm so sick and tired of hearing we haven't played anybody. Well, now we're going to be playing Penn State Saturday.
There you go.
And hopefully Michigan takes care of business and shuts everybody up about we haven't played nobody yet. So I'm looking forward to that. But other than that, thanks for having me on, John. Appreciate it. Good show tonight, and go blue.
Go blue. See you, Moose. All right. And with that, we have gone 4 hours, 11 minutes, and 38 seconds. And that's probably going to do it for tonight. If anybody in chat wants to give their final thought or a super chat, that would be really great. Couple of reminders, as we always do, that we want everybody to hit the like button. We want everybody to check out our merch store. We got free shipping. There's amazing products for everybody, family, friends, neighbors, cousins, you name it. You probably got something for Voice of College Football. And we have multiple Big Ten teams that are part of the merch store as well, including Michigan and Iowa. So check out the merch store. Get yourself something. Christmas is coming up, and Hanukkah, and etc. So get yourself a holiday gift, on the Voice of College Football for the the football fan in your life, or encourage your friends and family to, hey, you wonder what to get me for Christmas. Check this site out. So there you go. With that coming up, definitely recommend doing that. Join our Patreon and YouTube membership. Starts at just $2.99. And if you have a product, service, business, or personal brand, contact MarkRogersTV@gmail.com and see how sponsorships at the Voice of College Football could benefit your life and help get your message out in front of thousands of enthusiastic college football fans around the country. All right. With all that said, thank you, Sean, for the super chat. Super chat for the homies. Thanks for the great convo as always. We had some great super chats tonight. Really, really appreciate that. And everybody who hit the like button, and everybody who stopped by, and everybody who was part of this, contributed in any way. Even the trolls. We thank the trolls too, because they bring clicks, they bring views. All I ask is everybody stays respectful, whether you're a Michigan fan, whether you're an Ohio State fan. Just try to avoid personal attacks. We don't like timing people out. We really don't. We just want everybody to get along and sing Kumbaya. So just, so be nice to each other. That's all we want. With that said, Mike Fort's in the house. Thanks for coming by and hitting the like button and all that good stuff. We got the Ticketmaster reminder. Get your ticket smarter, Moose. Ticket smarter. They're gonna be mad at me now. So you go to ticketsmarter.com and get yourself your tickets for the upcoming games, including, obviously, you can get tickets for pretty much anything there. But yeah, we still got some college football games. All right, y'all. A couple of other reminders. Tomorrow night is Michigan Wolverines Live, and we have two special guests. We have Tony from Black Shoe Diaries to give us the Penn State preview, And we have Tanner Wooten from Blue by 90, who you saw earlier if you watched the whole show. He's coming back tomorrow night for Michigan Wolverines Live. So definitely check that out. I also am going to be hosting Michigan Post-Game Live Saturday night with Dre, Artis, and myself. We're going to be breaking down the result of the Penn State game, for better or for worse. And special note that this Sunday, I have also signed on, Lord help me, I have signed on for, I'm going to be doing a show every day for 4 days. I've signed on to be the moderator, guest moderator for College Football After Dark. So if you watch that show, I'm going to be moderating that. So y'all are going to get real sick of me, but it's going to be fine because we're all going to talk football and it'll be a great time. So Sunday at 10:15 p.m. Eastern, College Football After Dark. With all that said, please follow me on Twitter, Twix at John Diadamo. If you haven't already, follower count's been going up because of you guys and your support. All right, folks. I think that about does it. Any final comments here? It'll be for the better. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate you stopping by, Mike Fort. PSU scored 6 points against the Suckeyes before a garbage time score. Yeah. And Michigan's particularly motivated after recent events. So there's also that. Thanks, Moose. Appreciate you. Yeah, because I don't want them coming after me. So ticketsmarter.com, get your tickets. All right, folks. That's it. Until next time, my name is John Diadamo saying go blue, and we'll see you tomorrow night for Michigan Wolverines Live.